output. And there we go. So, my Destiny Rising app has to update. Which is... I mean, I've never had it update like this. In the middle of, like, a patch. So, I'm not really sure what happened exactly. Hello, Jacob. How's it going? Let's see. Let me make sure that I've got the links posted in the right channel. Oh, wait. Go. They patched Calamity off skip? Oh, okay, thank goodness. Yeah, because those Calamity off skips were getting really, really absurd. Yeah, and frankly, when it comes to stuff that doesn't, like, matter for progression, like, I don't know, break-in, that stuff, I don't think that they should patch those skips. But in Calamity Up specifically, that's, it was getting to an absurd point. Especially, like, last patch. Like, they were basically skipping the entire strike and killing the boss at 4x score. That was really, really out of hand. Hello, I'm just showing up to let you know that the answer is yes, you're being too critical of Destiny Rising. Nice to see you, Leonardo09. I'm pretty sure I remember you from a comment you left a few days ago. Let's see. I guess I can't search by person in comment search. But I definitely do remember you. The room is way too annoying and there's an invisible wall for actually no reason. Jeez. Without criticism, this game will never flourish. True. Oh, sweet. My app's updated. Said something like power creep is expected in gacha games. Now, I'm not going to say that there shouldn't be power creep, because if I'm being completely honest, I think a little bit of power creep is good in games. However, there is a pretty big difference between, like, it being, I don't know, later on, like a year in, and then we start getting more powerful units, and it being Unit 3, and we get a unit that's significantly more powerful than all of the other piercing units that are in the game. And not only significantly more powerful than all the other piercing units in the game, but also essentially just invalidate the previous piercing units, because Tantu and Atal have both been completely invalidated by what's her face? Hellhest. Not quite Umeko yet, because the debuff does still stack with the damage buff. But because the damage increase from the drone does not stack with the damage increase on the well, therefore, I mean, since Hellhest is just the better unit than Tantu because she gives more support, then, well, she's just completely invalidated him. Completely powercraft him. Because we're only 6 weeks in, by the way. Like, people just recently finished building their Tantus. Like, maybe this past week or even this week. And then it comes out that Hellhest is literally just better in every single way. And they completely wasted all of their resources, which are extremely valuable because we get so few of them. If we were in a situation where we could very easily build every single unit and not have to worry too much about resources, then a new unit coming out that's more powerful than the previous one is not really as big of an issue. But being this early on, having as few resources as we do, and essentially just invalidating any investment somebody put into a character like Tantu is not really a good thing, in my opinion.
Be sure to check it.
I understand, but how much stronger is Hellhest to Estella? 5 to 10%. I find that acceptable. Well, the thing is, you're not really comparing Hellhest to Estella. Now, what I will say is that I definitely feel that Hellhest is going to be stronger overall than Estella, but Estella is obviously going to be a bit, she's got a bit better neutral game than Hellhest, because her summons are just always going to be out, and Hellhest, if you burn through your salvo stacks, then you're kind of just not doing as much. But if you're asking me what would I rather have on my account, a Estella or a Hellhest, I'd pick Hellhest 100% of the time. Because we've already seen situations in which Estella was just straight up not even useful in her own Calamity ops, like previously. I don't imagine we're going to run into a situation like that with Hellhest, just because of like how juiced everything in her kit is. I mean, she literally has everything that you could ever want in a support. She's got speed support, she's got ammo generation, she's got damage buff, she's got healing. Not only that, she has extremely good burst damage. She's also got extremely good DPS and single target damage. She's also really consistent. And, I mean, I could keep rattling on and on. I do not think we're being too harsh. This game has Destiny written on the cover. Regardless of the current state of the game, Destiny's been an amazing game for a lot of people. Yep. Is it worth getting Hellhest up to light even if you know you can't T6 her? I mean, she's gonna be really, really good regardless, but it really just depends on, like, who you're playing with and what you're doing. Because if you need Hellhest in order to clear your expanse, then I'd say, yes, get her to, like, 68k. But if you already have a teammate that is running a higher talent Hellhest, like maybe a tier 4, tier 5, T6, and you're running Calamity Ops with them, I'd say hold off on your resources to bring you up to, like, the 72k. Let's see. Wow, chat went by fast. I feel that rank 6 Tantu in all my region. Yeah, problem's not actually that a unit for most players, but content change, upscale at the moment. Expand supposed to be comfortably claim all chests on 68k, but now it's about 71k. That too. Like, not only did we get a power creep character, the endgames got a lot more difficult. Finally got the final upgrade from Amiri. Nice. Imagine all the people that focus on 10 got railed now because Hell has dropped now. Yep. Hell has solos multiple times better? Absolutely. But imagine you could build every single unit in 3 weeks. What reason is there left to log on and play the game? I'm not saying I want to build every single unit in 3 weeks. I'm just saying that I want to be able to build my units at a good pace. As in, more than one per month, essentially. I want to be able to... I feel like building, and by building I mean like getting them to a good spot. Like, I'd say that my Ningfei is built right now because he's got maxed out exotic, maxed out mythic, a nearly maxed out relic, and some good artifacts. Not like perfect artifacts, mind you, but good artifacts, like 3 out of 4s. I feel like being able to get that in about like 1 to 2 weeks should be like the standard, and then going beyond that, you know, going for like the perfect stuff would be like the next chase. Because obviously we've got built, and then we've got perfect, which is wider and wider gap. So once we've got all the units built, then we can go for perfect. So that's what I feel like. We should be able to build our units at a good pace, but not necessarily perfect them at a good pace. The investment is not invalidated if Tan2 can, quote, clear, for example. Well, the issue with that is Calamity Ops is a ranked-based leaderboard. Okay? And what you're gonna quickly see is that, like, all of the people who want to be the most competitive are going to only run the best options. And, like, I'm going down and down and down, all the way down to the 25th position, and, like, that's when we see is Tan2 and Inumeko. So that's like the main issue when it comes to like character versus character and like investment versus investment, is that like you can clear with Tan2, but is that enough to clear better than the teams who are running Hellhest? And that's the main issue, is that it's competitive. If it was just the Expanse, that'd be totally fine. Because I'm sure there are plenty of people who can clear in the Expanse. The main issue is that it's not just the Expanse, it's also Calamity Ops. I mean, right now you've got like more Tan2s clearing, or in like the top 50 of the rapid fire expanse than in the top 50 of the piercing expanse, it looks like, or at least the top 10. Or maybe the same amount. I don't know. Hell's is the best solo damage and utility in the game, which shouldn't be the case for a support. Yeah, support unit, by the way. I mean, new here's gacha. In other games, I usually get characters endgame ready and move on. But the gate for endgame and D-Rising is much higher, especially with the leaderboard system and power system. In Genshin back in the day, I ran my DPS at level 90 and supports at level 70, and full cleared incredibly easy, low ASF investment. In Destiny Rising, you need a lot more investment to get that to that same point. Exactly. That as well. Even if we're 5% more 6 weeks plus into the game is like a massive spike. Yeah. Especially because, like, not only did Hellhest power creep units, they also increased the difficulty of the endgames. It would be different if it was like Wuthering Waves, where the difficulty of the endgame kind of just like slowly went up this way, and that kind of like matched how teams were like slowly getting more and more powerful with new echoes, with new teammates being added, new supports to then like keep up with it. But like Destiny Rising, it kind of went like boop, boop. Because it's a very stark difference between like the average clears before Act 2 and the average clears and top clears post Act 2. Let's see. Way too many resources needed to max a character. All relevant content needing near max characters. Content requiring specific characters and weapons at maximum. These are the biggest issues. Yup. She's gonna struggle to an insane degree. The piercing side is literally made for her, though. Yeah. And they made it harder and nerfed all boons for no reason, so everyone suffers besides her by proxy. Pretty much. Hunter classes have the bonus speed, making speedrun and Calamity Ops better. That too. And since Calamity Ops are basically speedrun, there's not much you can do. TBD, I expect standard units to be weaker than limited units. The issue here is that we are limited by clusters to max units, which makes building up not top units bad. Exactly. That's like the primary thing. Because if we were in a situation where we could build all of the units like at a pretty comfortable pace, then it wouldn't really matter too much if like a unit is better than another one, or at least like if a unit's better than another one in a specific scenario. Because like I can't really recommend people build Rossi 11 because like Hellhest and Ningfei are both in the game. And it costs the same to build a Rossi 11 as it does to build a Hellhest or a Ningfei. I've been watching all your latest videos, and I just saw that Honeymoon's phase ran out, and now you're just ramming on the game. Not every single video, man. Like, that, it's honestly just kind of hyperbolic. So, obviously, I have been going on a critical streak, because, well, there were a lot of things to criticize. But you also have to realize that we haven't even been a full week into Act 2. And I'd say, like, critical, more neutral, critical. But, you know, like, prior to it, it was, you know, kind of hyping stuff up, guide, you know, prep, guide, critical, you know, guide. That was more community discussion, fun video, you know, more critical, guide or overview. So, if we're taking a look at it, so basically just like the few days after it came out, I was going through basically all of the important topics and just, you know, really pushing that out there because obviously a lot of crap stuff happened in this past patch. And if there's like bad stuff going on, am I just supposed to not talk about it and not make videos? I mean, you could say that I'm like on a critical streak, but you could also say that Destiny Rising went on, you know, like a crap streak. And there's just like that much stuff to talk about. All right, let's keep going through chat. These people just compare numbers and can't realize it's the feature creep and not just the damage per screenshot brain rot. Same people said that Wolf is butt, but not seeing the heavy regen. Exactly. She's OP by content, not by actual power. What do you mean by OP by content, not by actual power? Let's see, the game currently deserves to be rammed as hard as it is. This is a horrible situation. The players with any amount of self-respect should speak up. This game feels like, give me your wallet, don't DGAF. You max out Ning and 6 other characters. She practically does everything multiple characters do easier, pretty much. Especially when it comes to like the auto-aim. Like, that's just kind of crazy. We aren't being critical because of burnout. We are critical because of the game state itself. That too. Dungeons would be great. Dungeons would be great. Alright, let's see. We went from sub 3 minutes on impact side with Ning to sub 5 on the best piercing side. Though, you know, well, I would say that we also still have, like, extra optimizations to do. But, yeah, like, the time to clear in the Expanse got a lot longer. It's only a gacha power creep as normal reasons why these gachas get away with it. Let's see. Morning, Irradial. How's it going? I'm burnt out on KS. I mean, I don't blame you, man. Having to run that long for those low drop rates. I got number 1 Rossi in New York and number 13 in NA region. Can't beat Expanse stage 29 with 69k power. Jeez. Let's see. In order to fix the power creep that is happening, couldn't NetEase just buff the elemental shield so that matching them actually matters? Because I'm looking at Calamity Ops vids and the element N/A. How would buffing elemental shields fix power creep? In fact, I kind of feel like that would exacerbate the issue more, because the newest units are always going to be geared towards the Calamity Ops. You basically need multiple characters to be ready for speed scores of Expanse, so I think it should take less time for them to get to the light scores we need. I agree. Did we know why the app updated? I'm pretty sure it's because they patched a bunch of Calamity Ops skips and some other stuff. I don't think we've got any patch notes either. Okay, here we go. Hotfix. Okay, so this is a hotfix from yesterday, or not yesterday, Saturday. Echoes, weapons, battle pass, special gift. Okay, yeah, so that's just a hotfix notice. We don't have patch notes for the recent patch. Lamau Rossi is good in team stuff. He's not a DPS guy, MO. He's a confined guy. I was confining stuff for others to damage easier. LMFAO, he's a support like an MFer. I mean, yeah, but you can also just have somebody who can do more than Rossi in a team. Is anyone with a fully maxed character, or is there anyone with a fully maxed character, and what is the theoretical max power? I think theoretical max power is somewhere around 74 to 75k, but I don't think anybody's hit that yet. Rossi isn't doing that much damage. It's a bug doing damage. Yeah, that too. I don't think being able to build a character in a couple weeks as a free-to-play is a bad thing. Especially since a new character is basically once a month. We're not able to build a character in a couple weeks, though. We have to wait, like, a whole month to build a unit for, like, the energy requirements. 10 is really slept on, especially in PvP. Maybe in PvP. PvE, he kind of just wasn't really doing much because the content wasn't really good for him. And then he just got power crept the second piercing content came out. Wow, chat is like super active today. Clearing means nothing in this game. Time and speed matters most. That too. Yeah, EU max power is a 10 too. Oh, I'm so sorry for him. Pissed me off that Grandmaster matchmaking is locked to certain characters. Why can't I use Ningfei in an Arc Shield week? But no, I have to wait for my clan to get on to do it with them. Yeah. Am I gonna do 24-hour stream when doing at Night Abyss is released? Would you guys want to see that? I mean, I wouldn't be against the idea. I've never streamed for 24 whole hours before. I've streamed for like 13 or 14. One of the issues is that the YouTube VOD limit's like 12 hours. So like after 12 hours, it would just get cut off in the VOD. Or just want to max one way and have a fun time, but with the exotic shotgun, but the gap is just so big. That too. Also, like, one issue that I just kind of realized about Destiny Rising is the fact that all of the fun stuff is front loaded when it comes to like character progression. Because obviously, like, getting the character and getting the weapon rolls and getting the exotic drops, that's super duper fun to do. And then you have like 20, 30, 50 other steps where it's just leveling up the weapon, getting the mats to level up the weapon. Like in Destiny 2, the chase is obviously to get the god roll of the weapon. But in Destiny Rising, the chase is to level up your weapon and your character. Free to play is not encouraged. Let's just say that because we wall and the art on it. Lol, it's what? Hey, finally pulled the plug and quit for good. I spent 10k leaves on the standard banner by mistake, and NetE support said no on ref. Okay, I feel like that's. I feel like that's a little bit on you, my guy. No offense. Agent Fires has been more than fair. There are a lot of issues that make progressing the endgame a problem. Thanks, man. Why not give us new content if they want to make things harder rather than nuking current content for people who are struggling before or even before the changes? That too. Stop being so negative and do the typical fake positivity energy. Yippee, bend me over. Golly, Unanimous. Every other gacha you can pre-farm. Well, in this game, you have to wait for the bi-weekly reset to even get clusters from C-Ops. It's terrible. Yeah. Let me list the issues. Okay. I think their seasonal model needs a big redesign. If this is why every patch, or what every patch brings, what's the point other than gacha games shower you with events that's core to keep players? That too. This patch dropped a bombshell on the community instead of showing a positive path forward. They power creeped the game, stealth increased difficulty, and added a whale-only event, not even Season 2. Yeah, 100% my fault, not blaming Eddie's. Just made it easier for me to quit, especially as a free-to-play player. Alright. Well, hope you have a good time, Flamey117. Let's see. We're not being overly critical. We effing care about the game like that and won't put up with the BS result. Yep. That's also how I feel as well. Let's see. Stealth buffed, expanse 2, nerfed Ning, 3 made a support character power creep offensive characters almost instantly. Like somebody said, they needed they nerfed current content to incentivize new content. Yep. No one wants to wait 2 weeks for a small power increase, and rolling 50/50 keys is so cancer. Yeah. Like, if you recall, the only login event we had at the start of the game was at the start of the game, and we haven't seen one since. Well, no, we've got a login event. It's just this one. I mean, this is pretty much just the exact same thing as a login event. It just is more annoying. Exactly, when there's nothing to talk about, the content is shitting on the game happens on every gacha. Not really, man. I mean, at least when it came for a long time with Wua, the content was crapping on other gachas. But the thing is that if we were in a satisfying spot here, I wouldn't really be complaining too much about the state of the game. The issue is that, like, we haven't been in a satisfied spot for, like, a month at least. And a whole bunch more bad stuff just came out. Let's see, open world PvP, more open world enemies, and set hero damage similar to COD 7, MP7 versus UMP 45. That really sounds like a good idea. Or an interesting one at the very least. This game is for the leaderboard warriors. If that's what you're into, you will love this game. But if you're a fan of Destiny 1, Destiny 2, this game is not for you. It's Destiny in name, but not it. Yeah, that's another deal with it, is that the crowd that they marketed to was Destiny players. And there's a ton of systems in this game that are frustrating, especially to Destiny players. I'm free to play, want to skip a banner, but IDK if I'm able to clear expense on piercing this time. If you've got Ning Fei, you should be able to still do it. It's going to be more difficult, though. Don't get why they gatekeeping master / GM activities. I mean, when you've spent your pinnacle and the keys, the loot ain't all that. Yeah, that as well. Like, just the fact that there's not really any proper, what's it called? Any proper reward increases for the higher difficulty activities. Let's see. Wow, chat's been popping off. I keep losing my spot in it. Yeah, 24-hour Duet Night Abyss stream would be sick. All right. 48 hours minimum. Well, I guess I gotta stock up on caffeine. Yeah, chat is schmoovin' today. I'm so glad that I picked discussion topics. Because do I love having discussions. And they also gave some compensation for the bugs on the first day of Act 2. Also, I'm low spend. I must have missed something. I really feel like I'm the only person who actually enjoys Destiny Rising other than the superposed photons. I have no complaints in this game anymore. They took out the exploits in the Expanse. If this thing is that most people who are still around are still enjoying Destiny Rising. It's just that there are a ton of things in this game that dampen their enjoyment and make it feel like that their enjoyment of the game isn't to last because of certain patterns and worries like power creep going forward. I want an event in this game where you fight an invincible boss until you die and then you rank based on total damage. That'd be interesting. What I'm saying is that elements need to matter. Right now it's Arc Solar, but teams are just pure Arc. They're disregarding one whole element, and that should matter. It wouldn't necessarily cater to new units. Well, no, that's exactly what it would do. It would cater to the new units. They're already catering to the new units by making the shields and the Shingas match the new units. I want to see you clearing the Arc side expanse. Would you still say it's hard? I'd still say it's definitely not easy. I'm 1000% an above average player of Destiny Rising. But a lot, especially due to the fact that certain units just got really just slapped in the face with some pretty big nerfs with the changes. No, because health is important. Streaming for 24 hours is not healthy at all. And I want players to stay healthy. Well, thanks, Darkslayer. Also, what new patch notes are they yapping about? Haven't heard anything on top of the latest hotfix. Well, there weren't any new patch notes. I was checking to see if there were. When we get to the end game for the first time, I assume Calamity Ops and Expanse were seasonal, and new types of modes would be added. No, these are going to be the regular resetting ones. Let's see. It's designed to spend for MBM and personal pack offers to build weapon instead of pull for copy. What? See, new content is expensive to make. They're just padding stuff a little. Well, the thing is that this is all old content. This is all content that we've had since the beta. And you know, new content is expensive to make, but this game is also expensive to play. With the gacha stuff and like how much money they're asking to max out a unit and to like pay for black market stuff. Bro's reading every chat. I'm trying to. Let's see. If we could build more units a lot faster, that a lot of the issues would go away. Definitely. People seem to forget that this is a gacha game and call it pay to win, where compared to other gacha games, it's pretty free to play friendly. I'd say it's like yes and no when it comes to free to play friendly. Because, like, yes, in the fact that you can use a lot of the units and a lot of free units to clear a lot of the content in the game, but not really in the sense that you can really keep up with content or keep up with, like, new units or keep up with the material needs. Like, if we're just talking about, like, the amount of pulls that it would take to get a unit, like, in that sense, yes. If we're talking about how you can get the weapons for free, yes. If we're talking about how much it takes to build that stuff up, not so much. The problem is not completely about getting new content, it's also about crappy progression we have at the moment. Yep. Did something happen in Calamity Ops? Went from rank 107 before reset to top 80s without doing another run. Yeah, so there were a ton of exploits going on in Calamity Ops, and they removed a bunch of positions in the leaderboards. This game is not pay to win, it's pay to progress. There's a difference in that every major event so far has been fair play, and endgame is for max characters. What is pay to win about that? Talents. And also the fact that paid players get more resources, meaning that they have more opportunities to run Calamity Ops, and they have better units to run Calamity Ops in, therefore pushing other people who don't have as many resources down. Because it's not like we all get the same resources, or like they just get slightly more stuff. It's the fact that if you just don't get an exotic mod from spending your keys, that sets you back a lot when it comes to like power and effectiveness. If you just don't get the superposed photons, you just can't build your exotic. We need a community Discord call talking about the game. Probably. Anyway, Agent Fires, please don't take it personal. I just like your channel for my D-Rising content, but lately I found mostly criticism, even passively on the guides. Yeah, I definitely feel like I've gone through like most of the critical stuff. So I will be putting out some more like what's the word, guide content, and some more like other discussion topics other than like just being critical and harsh about it. It's just that there was really that much to talk about when it came to the Act 2 release. And also when it comes to like critical stuff, that's not really what makes me grow. I I honestly see a lot more growth when it comes to the guide content and when it comes to positive stuff about the game than I have really ever seen when it comes to criticizing it. What was that word? Zero sum game. Calamity Ops is that which proves pay to win. That too. Genshin is way more pay to win. The only reason it doesn't feel so pay to win is because it's not multiplayer and all of you by yourself. The pressure of the leaderboard is what discourages these players. Yeah. But the other thing is that when like comparing to a game like Wuthering Waves, that actually is a game where the only thing that matters is that you're able to clear. Because we have these competitive aspects where we are literally competing for resources, that is what makes it pay to win. Or that's what makes it an issue. I think the community has lost some trust in the game with how they power crap this update. I for sure did. I spent $400 for this month, and now I won't buy anything until they get their act straight. Yeah, and that's like one big thing is that they just haven't been communicating with us. With how they structured the game, there's really no reason to power creep like that either. That too. See, like 70% of the game is exactly the same as it was in alpha. That too. Like, there's been so few changes between the alpha and beta to launch the game. Fires, what's best to do? Trying to get one unit to 73k or having 3 or 4 at 70k? I'd say get one unit to like that 72k threshold for calamity ups, and then you're going to want to focus on getting other units like built enough for your gold medal acclaim and your expanse runs. Let's see. If they had PvP where light didn't affect DPS and health like they did in D1, D2, you'd be shown it's more about skill. Well, light doesn't affect DPS and health in the Destiny Rising PvP. The recent over negativity egged on by the people you hang out with on Discord who talk about people should. Okay. Average first time chatting. You might want to fix. Oh wait, I got like pumped into the game. Hold on. I just realized I used my slam on some red bars. Okay. Let's see. We need more daily rewards slash challenges that give more Lumia leaves, so there's an option for free to play players to save for future content. Yeah. Has health has effectiveness been determined yet? Yeah, she's like a top unit in the game. And the only thing pay to win about exotics is a terrible photon drop, being a pinnacle lord. I'd say the whole fact that you need like 16 days worth of pinnacle energy to get the cores alone is also kind of pay to win. See, nothing wrong with fighting for our wallets and the value of our money. Grinding exotic artifacts is so boring, especially wood energy. Yeah, I mean, the whole stuff with like a bunch of the drops in this game is that it's just multiple layers of RNG that we are hard gated on. Like, say whatever the F you want on your own time, but hearing some of those guys say devs should off themselves, etc., is just rough. I can definitely understand that, yeah. Well, I mean, I know I've never said anything like that myself. Let's see. If I compare how much I spent on Genshin versus how much I spent on Rising for 3 maxed out units with 3 maxed out exotics, I can assure you it's a couple $1,000s less. Well, yeah, but compare how much you spend on D Rising to how much you spend on, you know, any other live service game. Have you noticed that Spike Shell hasn't been in rotation for a while, lol? I haven't noticed. Content is ending pretty fast during a day with 120 pinnacle energy. I can't raise my power IDK 100 to 200 with artifact refactoring. I cannot raise weapon level. I cannot raise relics. Yeah. Don't you need a team of your characters in Genshin to play stuff? Well, the difference is that you don't need every single unit in that game to be fully built. Like when it comes to Wuthering Waves, there's so many teams where you only need one built character, and then the other two is just like you put some garbage stuff on them and they just buff like the one unit. Difference is in Destiny Rising, you have to have every single character extremely well built. Let's see. I'm not trying to convince everyone, I'm just stating facts. People are quitting over leaderboards, not game being bad. Well, they're quitting over the fact that they just can't keep up with the game because like they're not getting enough resources, they're not getting enough like characters, and they have to compete with people who are in order to get the resources that they need to build their characters. See, D-Rising is 0 content for the price you charge to engage. Yep. Do you need Pinnacle to raise proficiency for story missions? Pretty much, yeah. Like, you can get 1 or 2 from basics. Platinum servers are dead. That's most of my problems. The ones left are super whales that group together. Yeah. How's it that talents are paid only still? It's just the way that they've structured the game and its monetization. Time loss. The main issue is that there's very little game, all resource grind. You can get stronger, but it's just to chase leaderboards. So anyone not running in the top 100 has no incentive to play. Yeah, pretty much. Have I actually caught up with chat? I think I have. Is it Galbrina plus Lupa plus Shorekeeper a good team? I'd say it'd probably be better to run Galbrina, Lupa, and Mortifi than it would be Galbrina, Lupa, Shorekeeper. There's probably a super cool Hero Destiny game where you unlock talents for completing personal challenges instead of gacha. Yeah, it's called Duet Night Abyss. That's what it's called. So it's $400 to get talents after maxing Gwent, pretty much, yeah. Or more. The game has so much potential. This is literally the best multiplayer I've ever played on mobile. Honestly, same.
I'm here.
Like, the game is super duper good, which is one of the main reasons why I've been, like, harsh on it and critical of it. Because I can see that this game has a lot of potential. And I really want this game to be even better. Let's see. Let's do Enhanced Arrow.
Locked and loaded. Or whatever.
Landing the wrong targets. Oh, hold on. Did they make it so that the stacks transfer between stages now?
Smart money's on me.
No. Okay. I was just hallucinating.
Call me by that.
Alright. So it's all impossible to keep up with the updates to Calamity Ops and expanses free to play. I normally just build my wolf when the expanse switched to favor Stella and I couldn't get decent times. Jeez, this flesh arrow just does not deal good damage. At least when it comes to Ning. This is the best demo I've ever played. Holy. Alright. I should probably drink some water and keep up with the chat.
Investigate.
I'd say WoW still takes the cake in terms of best mobile game. Their updates are insanely big. Yeah, though I will say recently WoW has kind of been dropping the ball a bit when it comes to like their content updates. Because they've been running into an issue where they're just not really putting out great events lately. And beyond the story, it's just kind of like nothing to do for the rest of the patch. Annihilation insured yields or Archer tempo insured yields for Hellhouse? I'd say Archer's tempo insured yields, since they fixed it. See, if I saw someone dropping $1,000 in Destiny Rising, I'd book them a nice trip to the psych ward. LF gacha whale to fund my drumming sessions and pay my rent. See, with 120 Pinnacle, it's so bad. Yeah. New content will come in Season 2, that's for sure. It's the progression changes happening, or not in Season 2 is the big question. Yeah. But what we honestly need right now is we need, like, some communication. Like, we need a solid blog post to come out, like, this week or the next, I feel. Yeah, arrow doesn't deal damage because the damage per round is low. Got it. I still can't believe you forgot to sharpen your needle before the judge fight, lol. I forgot about it. I didn't know about the shops above, like, the base... the base floor in Bellheart. I still beat it, though. New content should have come, like, 2 weeks ago. Yeah. Everything's gone eventually. Why not do... Okay. So, let's read this. Let's read this. I mean, obviously, like, everyone has different incomes, so your $50 might be their $5. Big example is, like, XQC. MFer will drop 100,000 gambling in seconds because to him, 100,000 is like $100 in terms of what he has versus what we'd have. Alright, everything's gone eventually. Why not enjoy... like, do with it with what you enjoy. So, when it comes to, like, the whole deal is just like, okay, yeah, other people have the different price points, but the main issue is that we're going into a game where it's kind of, like, not just incentivized, but it's also, like, pressuring players to spend more and to probably eventually whale. Like, that's the whole design of gacha games, is to just, like, progressively incentivize you to spend more and more money. To gamble. And it's going to predate, like, primarily on people who are, you know, not necessarily all that up there. You know, like, they don't have as much mental fortitude. Value is to you, value is subjective. Okay. I mean, it's just... Give me 1 second. Like, yes, value can be subjective. Like, obviously, something that somebody would consider terrible is going to be their favorite thing compared to somebody, or to somebody else. But that's also not really, like, a good argument when it comes to the asking price for a game that is essentially designed to profit off of large margins of people going into it. Imagine saying, I'm gonna die someday, might as well gamble my life savings and make my life crap, is a good way of thinking. Yeah. Whales have an insane amount of money or mental health issues or both, Lamau? Usually both. Well, actually, usually mostly just the latter. The former, not quite as much. A game mode like Onslaught would be so good for the game. Honestly, yeah. Well, except for the fact that it would just turn into 3 Estellas. Or like 2 Estellas and a Hellhest. Doing everything. Can't wait to spend money, do it Night Abyss. Me neither, man. Got like 8,000 hours in D2. I've spent like maybe $500 this lifetime. I still don't feel like I got my money's worth. That's definitely kind of crazy. Honestly, same. The only okay thing which should be fine spending money on are cosmetics, paying to progress, because the game limits you with time gates and walls is not okay. That too. Like, the whole point of pay to progress is that you can do everything and get everything. You can just skip the grind. But of course, if you get into a situation where they make the game grind unbearable in order to push you into beta progress, that's also, you know, not okay. Let's do Lethal Assault. As an Estelle Shannon, I see nothing wrong with an Estella mode. Lol, everything is speedrun. Well, the main issue is that, like, the whole goal should be to essentially make it more fun. So, if we're running into a situation where people are running the same characters over and over again, and it's a character that, you know, maybe doesn't have, like, a super interesting playstyle to most of the people in the game, then you're getting in a situation where they're gonna be bored and tired of it. 1 month, 2 cycles of Calamity Ops is not enough resources to max out a character. No, it is. Well, actually, hold on. It depends. It depends. Because if you're only getting 6 per reset, then... Well, then you also have, like, the 2 from the pack shot. So, that brings you up to 14. Which means you would have to spend on the Fortuna shop. Which... I'm not really sure if... that's, like, an amazing thing to count. Ning is fun to play, though. Well, yeah, I'm not saying more so Ning. I'm saying, like, Hellhead. Or, like, Estella. Like, to me, Estella is one of the most boring characters ever. Period. Like, I would probably rather put another 8 pluses into my Ikora before playing more Estella. Such a bad ammo check at 29, bro.
A legendary battle.
Yeah, I'm trying to save my ammo. Jesus, these people, I got mental issues and money, but at least I'm not spending it on drugs, etc. Brother, you're still spending it on addiction. Your brain is just loving the dopamine rush from? Yeah. I spent $100 on the game. I play for a week and get tired of it, so spending on this game equals value because I'll play this game for hours if it's well worth it if you got it, but if you don't, it don't. Well, yeah, I always tell people to never spend money that you can't afford to. That's what people in the community called skill issue. Lol, I learned have some myself. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, I cannot comprehend what this guy is writing. Clearly engineered to make you want Hellhest. It's gross. Well, yeah. The AP rounds. Yeah, let's get some more AP rounds.
You're welcome.
All right, and do slam there. Oh, I already got those guys. All right, sweet. I probably should have used my SMG against that guy. Something around 2K max win Stella Health. Jeez. Alright, let's do concussion.
On me.
Speaking of Ikora, Void and Blashinka for Legendary campaign. Yeah. What about it?
Locked and loaded.
Ricocheting arrows, I guess. Let's see, when are you gonna add the shirtless stream redeem for channel points? Is that allowed on TOS? Like, real question, is that allowed? You know, am I able to? Oh, you gotta be kidding! They put an invisible wall there? Fun is not allowed. Shirtless fires for real. It'll make my legs weak. I told you that, lol. I thought you were talking about like some invisible one on another spot, but like, oh my gosh. Really? We're still playing, knowing each update will make your spending nearly obsolete because it seems that way it's going at the moment. Unfortunately, I spent $400 and it won't spend another dime in its current state. Yeah, I'm definitely not planning on spending much more than I already have. Is Hellhest worth it? Definitely. Alright.
I hope the bad guys.
Well, I'm definitely doing a lot better now that I drink my gamer subs. Or at least drink some of it. I should take my vitamins as well. I haven't had those yet. Vitamins aren't important. Arc Eclipse is a dead end for me. Is Hell Has playstyle fun? I'd say she's more fun than Estella.
I hope the bad guys are.
Let's get precise reload, I suppose. She's probably in, like, the latter half of fun characters. Vitamins has there vitamin D in there, too? Yeah, I take vitamin D. Vitamin D helps me feel less depressed. No, I just realized I could probably let those guys have their shields reload or shields refresh. And that too, like if you jump too high, the capture zone just disappears. What do I consider fun, Virus? Usually better skill expression. Like skill expression in general is just gonna be more fun, but in another sense, if you're not just doing the same thing over and over again, like moving is also fun. So, if it's forcing me to stand still, I don't think standing still necessarily constitutes good fun. Arc Expanse 29, impossible? No, just difficult. I'd say technical play, movement, you know, like fast choices, that's like fun. But also like skill management, like having good skill management is also fun. Let's see. Totally didn't say it. Alright. Totally briscotch. Alright. Did you wish that the bow had a different playstyle if you really wanted to be an aggressive weapon? Like, I like the bow because it's kind of like a measured weapon. Like, you have to measure your shots well. Because you have the whole perfect draw mechanic. And, like, with it, you can kind of, like, cover peek with it. Additionally, there is, like, more skill involvement with the bow. Because you have to hit your crits. And because it's a high-powered single-shot weapon, every single shot counts.
Locked and loaded. Or whatever.
Alright. Let's see, 80k is a whole... yeah, that is like a whole year's salary.
You're welcome.
Virus is just describing Eclipse? Kinda, yeah. Like, I will say, The Expanse and Calamity Ops, I find these game modes to be extremely fun. Which is why I want to be able to play them more and experience them more. Now, I will say, having this stuff, you know what would be like a crazy run idea? Beating the Precision Expanse using Ikora. Like, you guys think I should do that? Think I should beat arc piercing expense with Ikora? This game needs to add less clothing so they make more money so we get better devs listen. Hope you can clear it. I feel like you gotta wait for a shield to come back to kill him easier. Yeah, that's what I feel like as well. Nikita Ikora, please. Kinda sounds impossible. We'll see, we'll see. That would be fun.
I won't fail.
Absolutely would be. Does anyone have an off-meta character level they've cleared expense with? Yeah, I cleared the Void Impact expense with Ikora. In under 5 minutes. Next month will be Ikora Void draws. Let's see. Weakness Siphon. Let's do Lethal
Smart money
Assault.
on me.
Excuse me. Use the tall for the arc when you're in at the moment. Well, I mean, a tall would be good
As a rule.
here, because, I mean, it is arc piercing, which is what Tal does. And Yolder for Solar. Did you get sub 7s? Because that's really, like, the main thing. See. If any of you haven't heard of 1000 Voices bug from D2, I highly recommend it. Ironic because of the name. Is there a new bug with 1000
Won't
Voices?
fail.
Alright, let's see. Feel like you need to take a 1 month break from gacha games and have stripped gloves and face. What? Not yet, just to clear? Okay, yeah. Because the main thing that you really want is like the sub 7. Alright. Let's get some more stuff stacked up. Alright, and shield's going down, and that should be enough. Alright. I mistimed that slightly. Alright. Get the shield down. Golly! Oh, I've only got 8 bullets. Okay, I've got 60 bullets. Okay. Ugh, such a huge ammo check. Golly. I should be able to get this final stage done. Alright, let's do a Lethal Assault max upgrade. What I'm gonna do here is... Can you move your fat butt? Okay, thank you. Golly.
Flow like lightning, strike like me.
Alright. And use that invisibility to get out of here. There we go. 639.
We could have had a future.
Not a crazy run, but
Oh well.
good enough.
Locked and loaded. Oh, what a legendary bout. But my victory was inevitable.
It's crazy to me that you can't criticize a game we enjoy playing because we want it to be better. Yeah. Alright, well, that's the last key. I wonder what I get from the treasure hall. Maybe I'll pull another random god roll exotic. I don't know, just essences. Okay. I've got more mythic weapon engrams to synthesize. So, if I am gonna do a piercing expanse like core, I'm gonna need a really good grenade launcher.
What's up?
And a particular roll. So, I'm gonna need it from here. I don't really have any other weapons to chase after regardless. So I just need that sympathetic detonation polyploidy roll. Can I click the gut? Well, I guess you see here, the more you click it, the better the roll will be. I guess I just gotta click the Nitacus a bunch. Get it excited. I don't know, maybe it was just one... Maybe that's a grenade launcher exclusive deal. There are a couple rolls on the Nitacus that I'm curious about. I'd like to at least get another double mythic. Get that excited is wild. Alright, line formation ensured yield. Okay, that's kind of wacky. Alright, well, that's enough mythic engram pulls, because frankly, I just don't really have much more mythics to chase after, so it'd probably just be better to save most of my engrams and parameters for Act 2. Oh, Pandora's Deal. And a weekly gift. Weekly gifts here, and a weekly gift here. Challenger key here. Oh yeah, and there's also the... what's it called? The pack shop. I forgot about that. Get some of this, and some of this, and nothing else really. I'll spend some more strange coins here for some glimmer, because I don't want to grind for glimmer. I've got 1 billion strange coins. Fires, can you start playing Phenolic? She is much better than every other character in the game, so tired of people sleeping on her tanking abilities. Well, the problem is that, like, tanking doesn't matter in this game. We do a little react, maybe? No idea why people complain about pay to win. Of course, it's a gacha game. I mean, it's because they have to compete with other people. That's pretty much it. First, when tanking will matter, many will absolutely loathe it. Yeah, probably.
Good.
So I can just level this up. Oh wait, that's right. I dismantled all my level 80s. Well, I guess I'll have to use some upgrade cores. So I wonder how far I'd be able to get in an expanse run with my current Ikora. Obviously, Fletched Arrow is going to be doing literally nothing. This is probably the worst possible character to bring into this expanse.
This place lacks balance.
Alright.
Let's fix that.
Now, Ikora is definitely hurt, like, one of the hardest by the expanse changes. But let's see. Sure, let's get concussion, because I'm gonna be doing precision hits. Wait, Explosive Shell works on Wolf's Exotic? Yeah, it does. I wonder if Partial Weakness will work. Because if Partial Weakness works, that might be a little bit silly. Oh my gosh. It's actually working on the direct impacts. Hold on. Hold on. Am I cooking? Wait, so I can be standing on the plate right here and it stops capturing. What? Alright. Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, this is gonna be quite literally impossible. Look at that damage. And it's completely immune to the two-tailed fox. Alright, sorry guys, the Ikora Void Expanse is quite literally physically impossible.
Void energy grows with time.
Well... I mean, it was interesting for a second. She's cooking, alright. Yeah, it gets hard cats by the piercing Shinka. Saw the stream title, no way we are not being too critical. If they could, they would time gate how we breathe. Pack it up. Yeah. We have Mike Sikora in the pack. It's still bad. Yeah.
Everyone excited about new.
Well, I've got 2 present fleets. I got my fraternity polyploidy, and I got my sympathetic polyploidy. I don't really know what other mythic weapons I actually have to chase, because I've got, like, basically every single god roll in this game.
None.
See, this crackling reaction, Spinosaurus shots, line formation. So I'm thinking like Spinosaurus shots and maybe Lash? You're telling me that the spread character can't deal with piercing Shinkas? Wowee. Yeah. Just save engrams? That's probably what I'm gonna have to do. Rossi 11, clear with him? I would, but I don't have the mats to build Rossi. I see you also collects the mythic rolls. I've been doing the same thing for all the guns. Yeah. I mean, I don't really see any reason not to. Especially with how few mythics in the game we have.
Something seems to be going on over there.
Stonewalled by monster type is kind of wild. Yeah. Let's see. Alright. Void damage, melee fatality. Really? Yuck. Rapid fire weapons, impact weapons. Alright, well, airborne with void damage and rapid fire weapons. Okay.
You may delay.
To be honest, I don't think you're protect your personal belongings.
Oh, let's do the daily quests and I guess Shang-Chi. Can Chappie answer those Shinkas? Yes. I definitely want to get Chaperone. Oh, what's the god roll for Eternal Retribution? Line formation, karmic reward, I'm pretty sure. See, even if I'm not a hardcore in this game, I still lose because content creators don't have the mats for all the possible mean runs. Yeah. Dude, I'd be doing so many meme runs if I had the mat. Did Fire Sin reply to my important in-game DM? I didn't even realize I got a DM. Alright. Alright, I got Yolda's proficiency raised to Adept. Cool. Alright. I'll just need void damage and rapid fire weapons. More. So I have to defeat the heavy Shinkas. So there's one. There's the heavy Shinkas down. Yeah, talk about the spreadsheet. I've been working with somebody and gonna be getting some more updates to that soon. Probably because Fires is one of the broke content creators compared to the real ones. Yeah, hopefully I won't be broke for much longer. Too late, I already blocked you. Oh. Well, now I'm sad. Alright, well, just gotta do this wizard hunt. And I think after this, I'll record a video. Alright, and just need a bit more void damage dealt. Or void defeats. Alright, I think that's all the high value bounties. Cool. Play casual activities, break elemental shields.
The enemy has been taken care of.
Alright. Shuan Wei? Yeah, Shuan Wei is pretty ridiculous in PvP. Oh. Got 14 out of 20 bounties already completed. Sweet.
There's some new shows coming to town. You want to take a look?
Alright, events. Pandora's Wheel of Fortune. Woohoo! Let's go gambling! Alright, what do I get from these spins? Got some Lumia, some Sheafs, and some Glimmer. Let's go. Let's see, I need, like, I think... Let's see, that's 7. I need 19 more spins. So tomorrow I'll be able to get to the premium wheel. And with the battle pass, I'll be able to get it to like rank 27 this week, which will get me up to about like right there. Now, I will say it is nice being able to exchange for mythic weapon parameters and the enhancement prisms, because I need a lot more of those than the enhancement prisms. Well, it's not that I need them, it's that they're a lot more useful because I have like a billion enhancement prisms. Broke responsible. See, I think the worst part is, for some ungodly reason, I've gotten so lucky on draws with double mythic drops. From the units within 10 rolls, I get another double mythic unit. Is that the worst part, though? I don't know, I feel like that's something to be happy about, personally. And professionally. Alright, let's see how many more, so I can keep running low on Bright Dust. It's kind of annoying me. I don't know, I should probably level up my Hell Has to Claim. Let's see, Piercing Arc. Let's take her in.
I've seen worse fighting forces.
The Wheel of Glimmer is kind of pointless. Yeah. It's pretty much just another login event.
Too quiet. I don't like it.
Alright. Don't mind me just missing.
Hostiles are incapable of further hostilities. Target down.
Alright. Out of range. Boosting drone recharge
At least we made it
speed.
quick. No suffering.
Oh man, that auto aim is kind of insane. And salvo itself is also kind of insane. Probably be using my heavy ammo more often, honestly.
Hostiles are incapable of further hostilities.
Oh. Don't tell me that there's an acolyte behind there, and because it's behind that wall, I can't progress. Really? This is a functional game. This is the most game of all time. Wish we could just synthesize exotic mods and artifacts. Yeah.
I've got your 6. Call out all contacts.
I mean, at the very least, being able to select which one you want
Time to move out.
more often would be nice. Same thing happened to me earlier today. This is the most game.
Target down. Threat eliminated. If you can call it that.
Honestly, this is kind of insane. Like, the fact that this isn't even a built Hellhouse, and I'm just, like, kind of punking this content so thoroughly. I don't know about you guys, but I actually kind of feel it's easier to hit crits with the hipfire than it is to hit the crits with the ADS with the bow. Of course, at least without the auto aim. Okay, I say that and I miss like 50 shots.
Target down.
What the? What are you doing, man? So Paranoid's supposed to stack up, right? Alright, sweet. Give me that extra speed. Fire's good on bow, I noticed with Rossi. And if I just had a slightly higher level weapon, that would have one-tapped it.
At least we made it quick. No suffering.
Yep. Let's get some ammo generation in. Alright.
Hostiles are incapable of further hostilities.
And now, it's just a matter of
Death is a sad news.
doing
So
the rest of this.
where did they learn their tactics? Embarrassing.
Oh wait, that's right. I've got a
This only
freaking...
ends one way. I'm gonna write about that one in my report.
Ugh. Dude, they're making me want to pull for her talent so badly.
Targets eliminated.
Because I'm just not knowing all the talents and like what they all do. It's just got me thinking like, man, this would be a lot easier if I had that talent. Oh, what's the god roll on the bow? I'd say Archer's tempo and shared yields. Crazy, while I pulled Galbrandon, my sentiment and pity went down. Glad they fixed it. Gamers! Alright. I also need better artifacts for her. Not using Trinity Ghoul? No. Because I'm going to wind up using Royal Contravene anyway when I get it. Alright, that was enough to get both of them, right? Sweet. Alright, deliver airdrops ammo for fire team members 20 times? Oh, okay. That's going to be annoying. He's surrounded, is Blast Void, Impact Void, and Rapid Fire Solar. Well, might as well get through the rest of the Legendary campaign stuff. Is the draw time bug patched? Yeah, that bug's patched.
Remember, we're in this
Seasonal
together.
exotic primaries seem like bait, TBH. Exotic heavies pull more weight. Honestly, yeah, I agree.
Be careful and be smart.
Exotic primaries in general, like, outside of Huckleberry, just don't really feel much more impactful than their exotic counterparts. Wait, isn't it supposed to be a Shinky here? Oh, there you are.
Target down.
What's the best artifacts for her? I've got artifact recommendations in the
Well,
spreadsheet.
that's done.
Linked in the description.
Priority hostiles down.
I have enough energy.
You can complete the fire team ammo test easily by doing public events. Well, yeah, I know.
Target down.
Yeah, that's right. I've got to keep those guys down there. Takes about 5 minutes to complete the task. Yeah, I imagine. It's just gonna be another thing that I have to do. There's no exotic mod for Archer's Tempo? Yeah, but like when it comes to exotic mod upgrades, just because a weapon or like the perk doesn't have it does not make it a worse perk. Like I would much rather use Time Marches On over Ensured Yields, even though Ensured Yields has an exotic upgrade. This was pretty easy to gold, which is my 10th gold medal. Got my ammo drops in the strike playlist. Nice.
Targets down.
Alright. Alright, can you spawn your guy? Thanks.
Mark target.
Cool. There we go. And I want to transfer my acclaim gain to other units so I can do their story quests. Because I was kind of forgetting to do that. So now it's just Forgotten Bounty, which is Rapid Fire Solar.
We burn brighter together.
Did the people who did? Yeah, they got their scores removed.
Going in. No pressure.
Just bugged the Precision Legendary campaign with Hellhest. You bugged it? Oh, the Acolyte. How do I delete my Gwyn? I don't know how to delete your Gwyn specifically. I know how to delete your account, but that wasn't the question.
Target down.
I got stuck.
Enemy target neutralized.
I'm just running past enemies because they can't keep up. No, that's not a Shinka. That's just a normal guy. Alright. I love how much damage resistance I have, and I can just face tank stuff.
Priority hostile.
I really hate how they literally become invincible
Mark target.
when they do their teleport move, and even though my grenade launcher shot would still hurt them because of the blast radius. Like, that's seriously so annoying.
Priority hostile. Mark target. Target down.
Alright, well, just a little bit further into this. Yeah, there's probably some more Lumiflies that I can get this week in Legendary campaign. Two blast units is so lame. Yeah, it honestly is. I'm kind of surprised we don't have an arc blast unit yet. I have to defeat the Shinx as well, and then, yeah, now he'll go down.
That's enough of you.
Alright, and leave. Exit! If we're gonna update the spreadsheet, I would think about how to, yeah, that's what I'm mostly working on, or having, or collaborating with, just like, making sure that it looks much nicer. Wish I could buy a reroll token.
We're in this together.
Honestly, I don't really think that just making this a subscription would be that much worse than having this whole whack gacha system.
Mark target eliminated. Target down.
Right.
So bad after all. Priority
Just gotta keep going. I could probably jump up here. There we go. That's some good movement. Now, if I remember correctly, I don't actually have to defeat the Shink here. I just have to defeat the captain.
Target down. Wasn't so bad after all.
Alright, and that gets my wolf stash back. Man, I love the combustion. How many catalysts do I have in the GL? All of them. Alright, and now we've got the captain coming down. Boom, bang, bam.
Mark target eliminated.
Wolf 2 OP, please nerf. He's not that OP. In fact, I don't really think he's OP at all. At this point, I kind of feel like Wolf's an A tier unit. Alright, well, now time for the boss. Sweet.
You're not in it.
Ah. Alright, well, let's see. Got
Squawk
Hellhas,
scanning the field with dual iris recognition.
activities, reward retrieval, claim, claim, and claim. And of course, I got all the what's it called? All the legendary campaign challenges to collect. Now, I'm probably gonna get all the catalysts within, like, or at least all the first catalysts, the dataset catalysts. Probably gonna get that all pretty soon. Alright, well... yeah, the metal quests. That's right. Got 45 of those, and I need to draw 40 more times if I want to get a focused Royal Conchavine. Alright, well, I'm going to use the bathroom real quick, and then I think I'll get into the video segment. So, I'll be back in just a bit. All right, I'm back. Let's see, Mr. Silver. I'm not sure if I want to do a strike right now. I was gonna get into a video segment. Wolf is middle of the road, which makes him perfect because he's useful in almost everything and he's 100% free to play. Yeah. Blue Tufts in the Battle Pass is literally hysterical. Definitely. Big agree right there. If they give Wolf an Arc and Void kit, he becomes S tier maybe. I mean, honestly, if they just gave him a Void, like the Wrongful Ingress, I feel like he would jump up a lot of spots. Because then he, like, actually has a primary weapon. Let's see. Need to get more artifactual essences. I'm so tired of being low on these.
Take a look at this, Wolf.
Yeah, the map reset, that's right. Well, time to help explore. Hi, Mom. I'm on white tea. Not quite yet. Alright, let's see. Pack. And head to Wolf Den. Got my Royal Contravene from the random engram, just gamble. Well, I'm planning on getting my first copy from random, yeah.
This, Wolf.
It's just... I wanna, I need 4 copies. Beyond just, like, the random engram. So, maybe I should do a hack farm again later today. Bro didn't put funny cat video, about to lose half the viewers. True, true. Okay. Well, let me just chug the rest of my water and stuff. Ah. And let me get this stuff ready to share. Oh. Video started randomly playing. And maybe I'll put that up as well. Oh, Malware Bytes trying to sell me on something again. Let's see, sort by newest. Yeah, all right. Not gonna lie, I really didn't think I'd like the boat playstyle. Honestly, really liking it so far. I'm glad. Really glad. Okay, well, I think I've got about everything together. Let me just double check. I got a ping in chat. Oh, it's a ghost ping. All right. Well, caught up on everything. So, we're not being too critical of Destiny Rising. We're not critical enough. Well, I was about to get into the video segment. Hi, hello, everybody. So, as you all know, I have been very, very critical and very harsh about a lot of the things regarding this recent update in Act 2. And pretty much since day one and almost every single day after, I've been talking about various different issues about the game that either came into the game through the update or were exacerbated by this update, as well as certain other issues in it. And for the most part, most people have been, well, rather, most people have agreed with a lot of these questions and concerns. However, there's been a growing number of people who have been essentially accusing me of just being a hater or just being, like, overly critical of the game. And essentially just thinking that there is nothing going right in it whatsoever, and that I have no love for the game, that I hated the game, or even just saying that I should frankly just quit. And ultimately, I don't really see why they think that way. I'm pretty sure that a lot of the people are just like looking at the title and looking at the thumbnail, reading that, and then just leaving a comment and disliking the video as well. Because I'd say most people who have actually like took the time to watch the videos, took the time to actually think about these issues that I've been covering, are largely, well, sympathetic to my criticisms of this game. And it's not like that I think that basically everything to do with this game, like nothing's going good and that it's not doing anything right. I have never thought that way whatsoever. I just personally feel like it's more important to talk about what is necessarily going wrong and what could be improved, especially in a time as pivotal as this launch period. And there are, frankly, a lot of frustrations that I have been experiencing that have largely been exacerbated because of the fact that I have been a beta tester for this game. And because there weren't any real additions or real meaningful changes to the game, or like the gameplay loop of it, beyond the beta test going to launch, I essentially have an extra 3 weeks of playtime tacked on to this launch version of the game compared to everybody else. So while most people are kind of sitting at like their week 6 and largely feeling some discontent, I'm sitting at like my week 9, essentially. But I feel like now is a good time to talk about the things that I feel like are good. And frankly, I have said many times that I very, very much enjoy the endgame of this Destiny Rising. I enjoy the difficulty of it. I enjoy the speed run chase of it. And I'm definitely much more of the minority of just like how much I enjoy this endgame. At least regarding the entire player base, not necessarily out of all of the dedicated player base. Do I think that there should be more variety in the game modes? Yes. But I do really, really enjoy the speedrun chase, the optimization of everything. And my main frustration when it comes to the endgame is the fact that it comes down to the fact that I need to have really, really well-built characters in order to compete and even in order to launch up the activity and perform well in it. And because this in-game economy is so restrictive, it therefore dampens my enjoyment of what I find to be the best content in this game. Beyond that, there are also just like other things that I feel like are really, really missed opportunities. For instance, when it comes to stuff like Grandmasters and when it comes to other high difficulty experiences in this game, like the Eclipse difficulty of the Gauntlet Onslaught, not only are both of these essentially just like time gated on your experience with it, they also just completely removed the Eclipse difficulty after the event period ended. So rather than taking the time to expand the game, they made the difficulty and there was a whole event and it was really, really fun, but ultimately the game still remained at the same size. So while the Eclipse difficulty was good for the time, it wasn't good for the game overall. Because, well, even if they kept Eclipse in and didn't just remove it, like, sure, it would be cool to run for fun every once in a while. However, the fact that there are no, like, literally 0 reasons to go through that Eclipse difficulty beyond what you'd be able to just get from normal is really, really disappointing. There is a real big lack of like end game chase. And by end game chase, I mean like those super like pinnacle rewards and achievements. Could you imagine that instead of just having Eclipse run out and they just remove it from the game because, I mean, obviously nobody would run Eclipse if it's just the normal difficulty. Why not add like a new tier, like Adept Mythics, essentially? Like, why not have Adept Mythics? Or why not just make it so that you can get the exotic shaders, the event exclusive exotic shaders from Eclipse as a rare drop, similar to the Ghost Shell? Because I know a lot of people would probably be willing to run through that Eclipse difficulty 4 shots at that exotic shader. Just straight up alone. Or even just making it so that you can get a boosted chance at the exotics. People would run a higher difficulty version of a strike for just like boosted rates. And, you know, obviously beyond that, I mean, just frankly, the base gameplay of Destiny Rising is really, really good. The moment-to-moment gameplay is, I mean, it's just Destiny. They have done such an amazing job at just making this game feel fun to play. However, what they haven't done a good job of, frankly, is giving extrinsic reasons to play. Because obviously, if the only reason to play the game is only intrinsic, like it's just fun to play, there are going to be more games out there that are just more intrinsically fun than Destiny Rising. And what Destiny Rising has that advantage of is being a live service. It's being something that is constantly updated, something that you can come back to and experience something new. And that live service aspect has been something that I feel like has been seriously lacking as of late. The seasonal updates for this first season have largely been a disappointment for the majority of the player base, because it is not expanded on the game itself. We have gotten new character releases, new quests, and endgame resets. And beyond that, the game is still essentially the same size, the same scope and scale as it's been since the alpha or beta. The fact that we haven't gotten like new strikes, new modes, even if they were just simple, like we're trying something new for this season with like boosted drops and stuff, it has been really, really disappointing. Especially as a beta player. And that's been something, like, again, like the fact that I have been a beta player has greatly increased my frustrations. And that's definitely why going into this Act 2, that it feels like, pot's boiling and then it just... And it definitely didn't help with the extra bugs, the power creep issues, and the difficulty spikes that released alongside Act 2. And also the nerfs as well. Do you think a new raid will be added after the season ends? I can't say for sure. I personally don't think that a new raid would be something to expect in a season 2. Obviously, an Eclipse version of it being added in an event later on, yeah. But frankly, I feel like if we got more, well, cosmetic rewards, or even if we just got like better basic rewards, that this game would be significantly better with that. I mean, frankly, there is so much potential just like baked into every single corner of this game. It's got like a really nice core. It's just everything around it is not able to support it. Like the gameplay, obviously amazing. Like the guns, the rolls, the chase, the loot chase. It's great. But currently, I feel like the resource economy, the content droughts have been severely hindering this game's progress. And I really, really don't hate the game. I mean, frankly, if I hated the game, I really don't think that I would be making, well, this much content on it, on like streaming it almost every single day, talking about it almost every single day, playing it every single day, making whole spreadsheets that I'm still constantly updating and trying to make better with each iteration. And each time I test new stuff or do some more build crafting or theory crafting. Because ultimately, I really, really enjoy this. And I want to enjoy it more. And that's the reason why I've been really critical and really harsh, because I don't want this game to go down a direction where we get more releases that are like, well, this. Where we get a new character that power creeps, like severely power creeps the older units in this game. And not even older, like literally 6 weeks ago, we got Tantu. And there are people today who, or like just this week, maxed out their Tantus. And then Hellhest comes out and completely power creeps them in every single aspect of the way. But, I mean, getting a Season 2 release where we essentially have a login event and we have a spending event and an endgame reset. And that's all it is for Act 2. And what I want to see more of is, well, more of what, like that really, really exciting feeling of those first few weeks where we were just kind of exploring everything. And right now, it feels like the more corners we look behind, the more rocks that we pick up, the more disappointment we kind of find. Because, I mean, taking a look at all the artifacts, like, frankly, I just don't think most of the artifacts in this game are that good. The fact that all of our characters are limited on their weapons, and especially because we have so few weapons right now, the fact that we're going like 10 weeks into this game and most units only have like 1 to 2 mythic weapons available in each slot, and a significant amount of them only having 1 mythic available, period. It just feels really, really bad. And obviously, I I'm gonna be completely honest. I feel like the Calamity Ops leaderboard is probably the number one issue in the game right now. I feel like the leaderboard progression just needs to be removed entirely. Because if we remove leaderboard progression, if we remove that competitive progression right there, where top players get significantly more rewards and like whales get significantly more rewards than other people, if we cut that off, then all of a sudden the whole question of like power creep of competition, that just like goes out the window. Like, because in that case, if it's just like Expanse, then truly the question is all you need to do is clear. And then you don't really have to worry too much about power creep so long as you clear. And that's like the exact same way it is in most other gacha games, where so long as endgame is not creeping like HP inflating and like outpowering your previous units, then you're fine. But the problem is that with Calamity Ops, you are competing against other players. So even if the content itself isn't outsizing you, the other players will outsize you, will power creep you in the content. And again, like all of my criticism, all of no matter how harsh, it is all come from a place of just like a deep passion for this title, for this franchise in general. And from what I've heard from other people from other titles like Diablo Immortal, NetEase has pulled through with a lot of the changes, even if they've been slow. And I'm going to keep talking about these issues because if we become complacent with just like the way that things are, then that's just what we're going to be putting up with from here on out. Like, if we're complacent with the fact that there are still artifacts in this game since launch that straight up have completely incorrect perk descriptions, that there are artifacts that are releasing nowadays that have completely incorrect artifact descriptions, like this most recent one, United Axiom. Completely incorrect perk descriptions. If we are content with the fact that triumphs, like there are literally just triumphs in this game that are entirely incompletable, that have been this way since launch, then we're just going to be putting up with more and more issues. And even if we, as a player base, learn to tolerate this stuff, every single other person who comes in, they're going to hit something like that, some bump like that. And that's just a potential point for them to essentially just like rage quit out of the game. Like the AI voices in the campaign. That is definitely, and just the quality of the starting campaign, that is people's first experience in this game. The very first thing that they're loading up into is going to essentially just like flashbang them with a very, very low quality product and a very, very low quality experience. And I really, really don't think that we should be putting up with stuff like that, especially when the asking price for so much of this stuff is so high. Like a T6 Hellhest would cost people anywhere from like $600 to $1,200, depending on how lucky you get per month. And this will be a character every single month. And there's also cosmetics. There's also the progress, you know, like the exotic cores and the photons that you have to purchase in order to keep up, in order to build your units. And with the amount of money that people are going to be spending on this game, the amount of money that they're going to be drawing from this player base, we should be expecting higher quality products, especially for the newest players that are coming in. Because I don't want to be in a situation where I'm essentially just telling people, oh yeah, there's AI voices in this game, and you just have to tolerate it. Because it's all these quality issues, these gameplay issues, are putting a significant, and I do mean significant, dampener on the game experience. And I want to criticize this game so we get to a point where my critiques, my issues with this game shrink and shrink and shrink. I really do want to get to the point where if I want to be critical of this game, I gotta scrape the bottom of the barrel. I gotta talk about stuff like, I don't know, there aren't enough fish in this game. I want to get to that point. That's my goal with this. Is that I want this game to be so freaking good in 2 years that when people go into it, they think of dumb stuff like, oh, there's not enough cosmetics to buy. I don't have enough decals to put on my character. Instead of this stuff with the progression, this stuff with the Calamity Ops leaderboards, the competition, the power creep. I want this to be the best game it could possibly be so that I can keep playing it every single day for many, many years to come. And honestly, I've probably been rambling on and on about this. So I'm probably just going to cut it off here because I don't think I have much more to talk about on this topic. With that all out of the way, if you're enjoying my coverage of Destiny Rising and would like to see more in the future, be sure to subscribe to my channel. And if you're interested in games such as Duet, Night Abyss, and Ananta, I will be covering those more and more as they get closer and closer to their release. Because I mean, obviously, I just love games in general. We've been on a bit of a critical streak lately. So I feel like it would be best if we all talked about something that we really, really enjoy about Destiny Rising in the comments below. So let me know what is one of your favorite things about this game down below. Or, if you just have something nice to say in general about, a guy you played with, or about a content creator. I mean, More That Unknown, Joe Nova, there's so many talented people who are covering this game. So whether it's something about the game or something about the community, let's just share something positive. Thank you all so much for watching, and as always, I will see you all next time. Okay. I'll say I should drink some more water. And I'll have to make sure I upload that. That was definitely a bit more of a messy video. But honestly, with how kind of exhausted I've been lately, I'm just kind of glad I was able to put that out in general. That 900 hit costs because it costs a lot. I think Calamity should start with base thresholds to meet and/or as players to set points total and goalpost shifts. Regardless if you hit those goalposts at any time you're locked in or can go for auto promotion. By the way, there's not enough fish in this game. True. Well, honestly, what else is there to do? I've got one other video topic that I want to talk about today, and that is to do with a certain artifact that I feel like is being very underutilized and very misunderstood by a lot of the people. And honestly, it kind of spurred onto me by a particular Reddit, well, not a Reddit post, but a Reddit comment from something like right here. This guy, right? It was. Yeah. This guy, for some reason, was confused by the fact that Unrelenting Evolution was giving stacks of armored when comboed with artifacts. And frankly, I don't really blame him too much because I was incredulous, or what is incredulous the right word? I don't know. I'm tired still. Incredulous definition. Okay, yeah. Incredulous. I was extremely incredulous when I figured out that interaction, that it actually functioned. So I honestly can't blame him, but also at the same time, the fact that he didn't do the testing himself and is, you know, posting comments like this regarding me without actually understanding the reasons why I've recommended certain things, or understanding the examples, or even saying that. Let's see. Yeah, even saying that it's like definitively unintended is just like a whole big bundles of just honestly bullcrap. Especially because he says that it's like an unintended interaction, because when there are other interactions in this, like when it comes to what's it called, Talisman of Inspiration. Like, Talisman of Inspiration is able to combo with artifacts that give you regeneration effects. So, like, if that one is able to combo with other artifacts, why wouldn't Unrelenting Evolution be able to? So, I think talking about Unrelenting Evolution, and frankly, just artifact combos in general, would probably be good. Messy is good. It comes off as more authentic. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'd like to be authentic, but I feel like it was just messy in a way where I wasn't really like flowing through points and topics necessarily as good as I could, especially when compared to other videos where I was definitely a lot more on it. So glad I don't interact with Reddit in any capacity. Yeah, I usually stay off Reddit because, like, frankly, I just get better info elsewhere. But that was a post that was shared with me. So hard testing anything in this game. Subset, tiers, yeah, exactly. Like, testing in this game is just difficult in general, which is why I made mistakes at first. There were some mistakes, and I definitely jumped the gun on certain things and certain interactions that I did my best to correct as quickly as I could. But if we go to the practice range, that might be good to talk about. But I feel like it would also be good for me to just do like a little bit more like stuff. Just playing through some game stuff for a bit. Some bundles would have been appreciated with this unit drop. Yeah. I'm really sad that we didn't get any bundles. I would have loved to get some new bundles. Okay. Well, let's see. How many cores do I have? Exotic cores, I've got 105. In data sets, I've got 168. So let's see, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 exotic catalysts. And out of all the exotic catalysts I've had, I probably only really want to upgrade 1, 2 of these exotics. And a bunch of the ones that I want to upgrade I don't actually even have. Let's see, the adventure pool. I'm missing Crimson and I'm missing Chaperone. So it's a 50-50 if I get it from here. But I should probably save it for the focus engram to get a copy of Royal Conjavine. What's going on, Fyrus? I was in a 2-hour work meeting. Did you miss anything? Not really much. Just some more discussion. And one of the discussions I had is going to turn into a video, so you're totally good. Am I going to do content for Duet Night Abyss?
I have a surprise for you.
Yes. The answer is I already have. And I will continue to. I'm super duper excited for Duet Night Abyss. I love anime. I love grindy games. And I love shooting. And I love slicing stuff up with swords as well. I did a shirtless video recording 7, you missed it. Yep. I gotta say, I definitely have to work on my physique more. Because I'm not, like, fat. And I'm not, like, skinny. But I'm also not, like, fit either. I just realized this front lines is only number 0 out of 3, so maybe there's a better front lines to do in Jingxi. Pretty sure this one goes by pretty quickly, actually. The heavy shank one. I really missed the 18 plus part. Alright, let's see. Where's the front lines? Over here? Sweet.
Target down.
Oh, we got a claim level 3 here. We got a baby, little baby man. I'm gonna help this guy out.
The howl is ready.
Mark target eliminated.
Can I interact with him? Suppose I can't. How can we get Saladin card? You have to beat Lord Saladin in a duel. Yo, question, got something in the mail saying that Benediction Event Shop is closing in 2 days. That was the Hell Has Cosmetic event. And you'd find it in the exchange, if you have enough of anything to get in there.
Priority hostile down.
There we go. Front lines done there. This is honestly like a really quick frontline zone. Oh, did I say Hell Has Cosmetic Event? I swear, I keep getting those two characters mixed up in my head.
That's it? Can't believe we pulled that off.
Alright, let's get front lines. Oh, I got an exotic mod. Clam
We're in the
grenades.
clear.
Charge / heavy attack damage bonus. Guard endurance and dismemberment. Didn't I already get a mod that's like exactly like that? Is this really like the second God roll clam grenade? Oh my gosh. I literally have 2 now. I have 2 God roll clam grenades. Is there another weapon with dismemberment on it? I guess not. No. Just coup de grace. Well, I guess the next sword that gets dismemberment on it is going to be really, really happy.
Look at this one.
I really, really need to stop just, like, random pulling God roll mods and artifacts on stream. Like, because it's really, really putting a bad show for me. Because I'm so critical of this game, and, like, the game just keeps giving me crazy stuff that nobody else gets.
Target down.
I'm also waiting for Duet as well. Hope that scratches the same itch that Warframe did for me. Yeah, I'm hoping it scratches an itch that Warframe didn't for me. Because, I mean, I wasn't super hot on Warframe. I'll be honest. Streamer luck, lol, yeah. I mean, frankly, it's not really just streamer luck for me, because I was always like this. I was doing crap like this before I even started streaming. So, I guess the question is, do streamers get lucky because they stream, or do lucky people wind up becoming popular streamers?
We're fighting for a better future. You're not in it.
Enemy targets neutralized.
That's a thought experiment for y'all. Agent Shell getting boosted luck by NetEase. Can I ask why Warframe wasn't for you? I just didn't really jive with it, personally. Like, I don't really know what else to say. It didn't hook me in the same way. I played it for like 100 hours, and just kind of dropped it afterwards. Granted, I was playing solo. So, maybe because I didn't have people to play it with, it never really hooked me. The thing about Warframe is that it's always there and you can always catch up. There's hardly any FOMO or missed opportunities. I go back once a year for about 6 weeks and had an absolute blast. Okay. Well, I mean, that's definitely really nice.
Mark target limited.
Is Duet co-op? Yes, Duet will have co-op. That's a common reason why people drop playing solo. Ah, okay. Maybe I had all my fun on Warframe solo, but that's mostly me thing. Okay. It's like having a second job, farm, run the same activities, same research, etc. millions of times. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, a lot of people really like that kind of stuff, just like having something to do that's enjoyable. I mean, it's like people who garden. Frankly. Do you agree that playing solo can make or break your experience? It just depends. Okay. Warframe can be extremely overwhelming and there's very little direction on what to do. As a person with limited time, Warframe is too much. Yeah. So, maybe, like, something that Duet and Abyss can do is, like, bridge that gap between the weekend warrior and, like, the grinder. Because honestly, I feel like that whole kind of suggestion I've had with Pinnacle Energy would be something similar to that gap, like bridging that gap. Where you've got like the boosted drops that is able to speed up the grind for like the casual player, so long as they keep up with the game on the regular basis. And the people who like to grind can just do all of that. And, you know, keep optimizing, keep like making their stuff perfect. But still, you know, at a slower pace than, well, not necessarily a slower pace, but not like doing literally everything in 3 weeks. There are a lot of features Warframe has, and pretty much all of them are amazing. Yep. Do you think Rising is doing better than D2? In terms of, like, game trajectory? Probably. In terms of, like... I don't know. It's... I feel like it's not really a matter of fact that Destiny Rising is doing much better than Destiny 2. Just that Destiny 2 is just doing significantly worse. Oh, is there more players? Definitely not. So stay in midair with a single jump for the longest duration. Alright. Well, I think I probably won that.
Target down. Mark target eliminated.
I've been with Dads of Destiny, one of the largest Destiny clans, for the past 10 years, and Rising players are much more vocal and chatty right now in DC. Oh yeah, I imagine that'd be the case. It's the newer product. And there's honestly not really much to be, like, hopeful for when it comes to Destiny 2. Because, frankly, Destiny 2 has, like, no direction right now. Warframe has a very loyal / hardcore fan base. Not sure what the casual experience / retention rate for the game is, though. Yeah. It would definitely be interesting to see the numbers on it. Though I will say, when it comes to Warframe, Warframe has actually steadily gained players over time. Rather than, like, losing players post-launch and kind of just maintaining a lower player base beyond that. I mean, D-Rising is doing better for future due to free content alone. Though, I mean, I'm not really sure if I agree with that, because free content does not necessarily mean meaningful content.
Target down.
Because if it's like, oh, we've got free content, and that content is like a very, very minor release every 2 months, and like 2 more months of like complete dry patches, I would much rather spend money on expansions than that, honestly. Especially because, I mean, I pretty much have to spend money in order to keep up the game regardless. D2 Forsaken was big? Absolutely. I think people are embarrassed to admit they're playing D2. Probably. Also, Warframe is an awful new player experience, and 90% of builds are just slap galvanized mods and call it a day. Warframe has always been pretty consistent with player counts. It has risen during new content, and diffs it's been pretty strong. Okay. My issue with the game is the engine. It does feel like a 13-year-old game in some areas. I'd expect it to, honestly.
Mark target eliminated.
But it's really, really difficult to, like, avoid that, because it's a lot of resources to essentially just completely remake the game from, maybe not essentially scratch, but a lot of stuff does not translate between engine to engine.
That's heavy. I can't believe we pulled that off.
Free gets rid of barrier to entry for some people. It definitely does get rid of the barrier to entry, but the main problem is
Well, that's done.
like, is the free content worth your time? That's the question, because, like, even if you're not spending money, you're spending time. Let's see, disturbance. Is charged heavy attack damage bonus. Switching to this weapon. Right, so okay, so this is a scope mod with disturbance on it. Well, I guess that would be for the solar sword then?
Surprise for you.
Well, I'm not planning on using the solar sword, so I guess that's kind of a wasted mod. Because that charged heavy attack damage bonus is not going to be doing anything for my gun. I think of buying pulls as my version of DLC. Well, yeah, there is that, but you're also going to be spending significantly more at a significantly faster rate when it comes to, like, those pulls compared to a DLC. Yeah, people just say re-engine the game when a game is an issue, but it's like just making the game from scratch. Yeah. The thing is, there are some games that, like, genuinely are held back by their engine and would make sense to do that, but it is a lot of dev issues and a huge investment. And frankly, at that point, I feel like it might just be better to make a sequel than to re-engine a game. I would propose non-pinnacle runs give like a third of the pinnacle locked resources per run. I agree. I 100% agree with that. I know some hardcore players will make time to endlessly grind. Oh, definitely. Like, if I could grind right now, I would be grinding right now.
Keep your weapons ready, and your head down. Make every shot count. Talk to you later.
Alright, well,
Look at this one.
let's see. Talking about that stuff. We've got Grandmaster to do. Hey, I can use my wolf! Finally.
Hey, Hellhest. Now, how's that radio station of yours?
No, this game is definitely free to play if you want it to be. Of course, the
Alright,
benefits.
here goes nothing.
Well, it's definitely. Okay, so the problem with it being like playable is you're not gonna have a good time as a free to play player. Because you're gonna hit those resource walls, and there's literally just gonna be some weeks where you just don't get an exotic mod from any of your drops. And that's gonna be like the most insanely frustrating thing for like a free-to-play player. It's just making zero progress. And that's frankly what's pretty much the only thing that's keeping people from logging, or keeping people logging in, is the fact that they're still progressing. Jeez, I got nuked by that thing. By that.
Just lost a friendly. Someone pick
And
them up.
it puts me right in the middle of the Radiolaria Lake. Hold on. Can I unstuck? Alright, there we go. don't have my super grenades loaded. Nope, we got that guy now.
Target down.
Just need to wait for my ability to recharge. There we go. Alright. Honestly, with the Hellhouse ammo generation, I probably don't need to worry too much about spending a bunch of my grenades. Let's see. I hate the exotic monetization so much. Yeah, it's definitely one of the biggest problems going on with the game right now. Not really a fan of gacha, but I really like hack and slash games. Joined D Rising because of a friend. They no longer play it, so I'm pretty hyped about a non-gacha free-to-play game like Duet Night Abyss. Yeah. Well, so Duet Night Abyss, it's not gonna have a character gacha or a weapon gacha, but apparently it's gonna have a skin gacha, so you will be able to roll for cosmetics. But I feel like people are gonna be a lot more accepting of that. Because there's been some marketing out there that has been shown like, oh, you get like so many free pulls, but they're gonna be like skin pulls. Alright, there we go.
Priority hostile.
Man.
Mark target eliminated.
Wait, that didn't hit both of them? We've gotten pretty really lucky and got the perfect exotic mods on all my weapons. The only thing stopping me is clusters. Ah. Yeah, because cosmetics don't stop your progression. Yep. Hey, sweet. Heavy ammo incoming.
Priority hostile.
And he blows up. There we go. Marvel Rivals 2. Any duet units you're most excited for? Lynn is definitely one that I'm excited for. I love gunslinger characters. Like dual pistols. It's almost like skin gachas become widely accepted because we enjoy paying to make our characters look better, and even doing it for free because we like the gamba. Yep. Alright. There's that guy. Gonna have my ability recharge, but he's gonna get got. Oh, those are exploders! Darn.
Thanks. That's a close one.
Alright, well, I can take care of the Shinka in.
Priority hostile.
They also said not gonna have energy and you can grind all you want. Just got an ad for that early. Oh, yep, no energy.
Well, that's done then.
Just, but there are gonna be like some weekly claims though. So it's gonna be like Destiny 2, where like certain activities will have like weekly boosted claims and stuff. At least that's something that I've heard talked around. I don't know, that might have gotten changed though, because it's definitely gonna be a bit weird. There's gonna be like information that's coming out that's based on like previous betas. What's the best way to get royal concubine? Hack grind. Hack farm. That's definitely the best way. Alright. Man, I really love the music in this strike.
Like surges within the brain.
You know, I really hope this game, like, improves more, if only for the simple fact that I want to hear some more amazing music. Paid progress, there's a difference. You can't buy a weapon or something that'll just one-shot everyone else who doesn't have it. Yeah. I think Fantasio looks pretty cool. Is Fantasio a game? They have any new character leaks for Duet Night Abyss? I don't know about leaks, but they've been drip marketing a lot of the units. Well, that's my energy spent. Which game is this? Like the game I'm currently playing, or Duet Night Abyss? Oh, he's a character from Duet Night Abyss? Okay.
Take a look at this, Wolf.
I wonder if they did a post on him recently. Oh, there's a combat challenge there. I'll spend some more of my exploration points to help find more paths. I think I'll get some more ops tokens. Got 6 of them now. I think I'll actually send some out for some blitz claims, because I still need more, what's it called? What's it called? Oh, I still need more Luminites and cores and stuff. That's like 3, 9, 14. These are like 9, 3, none, 15. And I've got 20 chests and 78 mythic core selects. Okay, I gotta pee real quick. I'm sorry. Cat. Need to find a cat. A cat gif. Here you guys go. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for having to just kind of dip out for a moment. Make the skin steal extra DPS on God. Let's see. Let's see. T6 characters are appealing. I mean, if you're a wolf main, you're good to go. Lol, but randoms will leave your lobby in matchmaking. I thought you meant leveling up stuff. Yeah, tier 6 is the prize for whales. That's what I mean by pay to win. You get something overpowered if you spend dumb amounts of money. Duet Night Abyss. Indeed, Duet Night Abyss. What's the best use of silver if you aren't a whale or dolphin? Best use of silver? If you're not a whale or dolphin. Probably journey bundles. That's probably what I'd say is the best use of silver. Alright, well I've got about 40 more yellow pinnacle. I think I'll save that for shifting gates. Because I'm planning on playing some of that later. There's also Gauntlet Onslaught that I have to do. Which... I want to get more copies of Gallows. Miss those journey bundles so much? Me too, man. Me too. Patron bundle. Yeah, that's right. There's black market stuff. And I can sell this, this, and this. And I can purchase a superpost photon.
Remember, no refund.
Alright. No, what's it called? No discount on that this time. Of course, there's these black market specials. Store magazine. Impact. So I've got these rapid fire choice but I'm getting rapid fire mods, but I don't need rapid fire mods anymore. So I guess if I'm gonna get a new AR later, I'm probably gonna want those for the new AR. When's the next hack farm? I'll say I'd be down to hack farm right now. So honestly, I should probably record one more video today. So I think I'll probably get to doing that.
Prize for you.
So just gonna double check that these combinations are actually working.
What this world so-called
So what I need is, where is it? Sympathetic evolution. Think subgravity. And of course, unrelenting evolution. obviously 916, and then it goes up to 938.
Don't forget to check your messages.
And then, you know, we put on evolution, and it's 932. 1,000, and it stays up for 969. And of course, if we wait for it to go away, it should be about 15 seconds. Here we go. Back down to 932. Yeah, I just realized I don't have it on infinite health.
Looks like you've got a new map.
Okay. Let's see. Red. Let's see. I would know because I bought one bundle and it wasn't really worth it. Would have rather spent $2.99 silver on the black market. What? Not buying season pass this season. Those feel real bad. Not even fully unlocked exotic. See, you can grind out the other two weapons fairly easily. From what the eggs, you can't farm. Yeah, you can't farm them. Such a waste to buy the new season pass. I'm gonna save some money. Trinity Ghoul is very fun, and we got 2 new character quest lines. Okay, so one, you can only get the character quests if you pull for the characters, and it doesn't really matter how fun a weapon is if it's not going to be useful. And the other thing is that it's $40 or it's back down to $35. It's $35 to get all the copies for Trinity Ghoul. Period. Just got another Hellhest. Congrats, man. All right. What's this? A media post? Oh, it's just advertising the event. All right. Well, feel like now's a good time to get into the video. Everybody get ready to say hi for YouTube, or hi to YouTube. All right. So let's start the recording. Hi, hello, everybody. So I've been seeing a lot of discussion about necessarily like artifact recommendations, and specifically regarding certain recommendations, especially when it comes to repeat recommendations that can be seen on my spreadsheet right here. If we go to the build recommendations tab, there is one exotic that I am constantly putting at like the recommended slot for the slot 2 for a lot of the units in this game, and are oftentimes putting it as the only one that I recommend there. And for one, like, I understand why there is some confusion about it, because people are thinking, oh, wait, what about Ringed Conversion or Healing Veil? And I actually do have like certain other artifacts, such as Ringed Conversion, as the recommended artifact for certain units over Unrelenting Evolution. And that is all to do with character builds. Because there are certain things in this game that will only work for certain characters, and without that, your exotic or your artifact options are going to be significantly more limited. And currently, Unrelenting Evolution, I'd say, is the best general use artifact in this game. But it can only be paired with Subgravity or Ground because it gives the extra, or allows you to gain the stacks of Unrelenting Evolution at a baseline without having your kit require or giving you any damage resistance, period. And because some people have been confused about these artifact recommendations, that has led certain people, when discussing my artifact list, to, well, say that it's lazy, or that, I mean, this guy right here is questioning that was it even tested, and I can say straight up that yes, it has been tested quite extensively by me, and I will showcase how it works in this video. So, as you can see right here, I have the Unrelenting Subgravity, and I also have the Unrelenting Ground, but Subgravity is going to be more noticeable for this test. And the main thing that I use to test it is Sympathetic Evolution, because it gives you a damage buff for every damage resistance buff currently applied. So, showing it right here, we can see that if I shoot normally, it's a 916 as a crit, and if I jump, it goes up to 938 while I'm in the air, but only while I'm in the air. So, obviously, moving on from that, we can then go to something like adding Unrelenting Evolution, and we can see right here that it's going to be 932 as a baseline, and if I jump, it'll go all the way up to 1007. But if I stay on the ground now, you can see it's at 969, and it will remain that way for another 15 seconds after I jumped, because that's how long it'll take for the armored stacks to clear. So if I shoot now, it's back to 932. So that is the main way that we can definitively know that Unrelenting Subgravity is constantly proccing Unrelenting Evolution, and the same way how Unrelenting Ground would do it. So if I equip Unrelenting Ground right now, you can see that I am going to have the 1007, and if I strafe, it's going to be 969, and it's going to be 1007 because I have armored if I strafe. But if I continue to stand still for an extended period of time, obviously I'm going to lose all the stacks of armored because I'm not refreshing the damage resistance effect. So that is the main reason why I'm recommending this artifact combination so much, because it is extremely strong to get that much damage resistance, because at its max level, it's going to be giving you a maximum stat, or at maximum stacks, it would be a 35% damage resistance, effectively at all times, because with both Unrelenting Ground and Subgravity, depending on the character that you are playing, you're going to be constantly applying those effects, and you will also have those effects while you're in the air, or while you're standing still, stacking even more damage resistance on top of that. However, I will say it is not the best and only option for every single unit. I will say for a large majority of the units, I feel like it actually is going to be the best in slot option, and it is primarily due to the fact that so many of these slot 1 and 2 artifacts are either extremely niche, or either they are extremely niche, or they are very, very weak in their effects. So, for instance, comparing Unrelenting Evolution to something like Healing Veil, Healing Veil can only be used on characters that actually have movement abilities, and on characters that have good uptime on movement abilities. So basically every single character in this game outside of Ning Fei, Healing Veil is likely not going to be a really, really good option, because, well, even the characters who do have movement abilities, like Wolf and like Yolder, already have other sustain tied to their movement abilities, and can gain significantly better benefits from running damage resistance, because damage resistance will effectively act like a multiplier to your effective HP and all healing that you receive and all regeneration that you receive. Because if you're taking less damage, that is pushing all the health that you have even further. However, for other units in this game, obviously, there are going to be better options because they actually have access to better artifacts that they'll be able to get good uptime on. So for instance, in my build recommendations right here, and you can obviously see that I'm not just like throwing unrelenting ground and subgravity on every single unit or saying that it's the only option on every single unit, but I'm simply saying that those are my essentially my best recommendations. So for instance, Estella is going to be one of the main exceptions to this because she has access to an extremely good damage resistance artifact in this first slot, and that is going to be the Warding Pact, which will give her a 33% damage resistance if she has 3 summons on the field and 11% per summon. So she's going to have extremely good uptime on this for that essentially permanent duration, which is one of the main reasons why I recommend Unrelenting Evolution combined with another damage resistance artifact, because you can get that permanent uptime on it. But because she already has a really, really good artifact in the first node for that, she can run Ring of Conversion in the second node, greatly expanding her health bar. And because of the damage resistance she already has from her first slot artifact, the extra overshield that she's able to obtain constantly because of her summons healing her will greatly improve her survivability over Unrelenting Evolution, especially because Warding Pact will not be constantly reprocking Unrelenting Evolution. So you would essentially have to run a worse slot 1 artifact, being Unrelenting Ground, to utilize Unrelenting Evolution better on Estella. Though I will say it's not going to be significantly worse combination than Warding Pact and Ring of Conversion. However, I will say for most other units in this game, the damage resistance combo is going to be the best option for you, especially when you are taking into account their entire kits. For instance, a lot of these units already have really, really good self-sustain or really, really good ways to avoid damage in general. So, for instance, Caber has his shield. However, Caber, importantly, makes use of health regeneration from his relic whenever he inflicts blind, which I believe is right here. Yes, it'll instantly trigger his health regeneration whenever he blinds an enemy, meaning that he's not really making good use of healing stuff, and he's also not going to be able to make good use of stuff like Ring of Conversion because he's not actually applying healing through his artifact or through his ability effects, instead using recovery. So therefore, damage resistance, decreasing the damage that he would take when he's not protected by his shield, or while he's moving around the map, like necessarily with subgravity, you can jump and take less damage while you're moving around, or you can decide that you want to take less damage while you're camping around your shield. But most importantly, getting that extra resistance is going to be a significant help compared to that. But, obviously there are other things to do. So for instance, like the Ring of Abundance, Ring of Conversion is going to be a good option on a lot of units that have really, really good healing, like Atal, like Tantu, and like Finala. And one of the reasons why I do like recommending combos like Abundance and Conversion is because, well, for a lot of these units, they're not going to be making good use of damage resistance artifacts, so getting that extra healing and overshield will help them, though I really only recommend them in service of artifacts like Ring of Courage and Talisman of Inspiration. Because units like Atal and especially like Finala get a significant portion of their damage through their abilities and their weapon masteries. Though I will say Atal definitely has better weapon damage even with her abilities in mind compared to Finala, who definitely would make a lot better use of increasing her ability damage in general, especially at T6. So it's frankly not due to a fact that I'm just not really thinking of all the options that you necessarily can use on a unit. I'm just trying to figure out what's going to be the best kind of general use case for most of these units. Because, frankly, like I said before, there just aren't really a good amount of artifacts, or there isn't a large amount of good artifacts in this game. And a large portion of those artifacts that I would say are good, like I also said, are going to be extremely niche in their applications due to their character kit restrictions. And I will say that the slot 1 and 2 are going to be significantly less important than the slot 3 and 4. In fact, I would much rather have a slot 1 and 2 that just have really, really high attribute scores, so that I can run like slot 3 and 4s with 1 or even 2 mythics that have the god roll attributes on them, because that's going to be significantly more important, because you usually can lessen the need for extra tankiness and extra like sustain through better gameplay. However, better gameplay is not necessarily going to increase your weapon damage significantly, or your ability damage significantly. And when it comes to the slot 3 and 4, those are the ones that I feel like are the most important when it comes to the artifact recommendations. And I am really, really confident in the majority of my slot 3 and 4 recommendations, especially when it comes to all of the meta relevant units like the mythics, like Wolf, like Umeko. Maybe not so much for some of the remaining 4 stars. Atal definitely got a lot of build recommendations when working with an Atal main. Caber, Ikora, Chuanwei, Finala, a lot of those recommendations are a bit more based on like stuff on paper rather than my ability to test in game, simply due to the fact that a lot of it's going to be pretty impossible for me to be able to test all the use cases for these units, just because of how little materials that I have and how many materials it's going to take to build these units in order to, well, properly test them, give them all their best case scenarios for all these different artifacts. So, with that in mind, obviously, don't just use my spreadsheet as the be-all, end-all. The spreadsheet should be a good guideline, giving you, like, essentially stuff to look at and to apply and kind of, like, test, compare, so on and so forth. And when I, like, give my recommendations, those are essentially just recommendations for what I think is going to be the best in general. Because, like, when it comes to Bellicose Planetesimal, the reason why I recommend that over something like Illuminated Ground is because it's going to be a lot easier and more consistent to activate Planetesimal over Illuminated Ground. And if you're one of those players who is going to always keep it in mind and is going to make concessions in their own gameplay to get that extra damage, then obviously that is going to be something that you would apply on your own. And you wouldn't necessarily need somebody to tell you that Illuminated Ground is going to be slightly more damage than Bellicose, because you're already making those necessary concessions in your gameplay. But that's mostly it when it comes to a lot of the reasoning behind certain artifact recommendations and certain artifact sort of like rankings, or how good I feel they are, along with like build crafting and maybe certain things like why certain characters might look a little bit more sketch than some other units. And if you do have like things that you definitely know, or maybe like want to suggest when it comes to like spreadsheet stuff, when it comes to recommendations and the finding the best builds for each character, I am 100% open to any kind of like criticism or any kind of suggestions when it comes to these artifact recommendations. In fact, a lot of these artifact recommendations have come through collaboration with the community. Like the Atal stuff, I before wasn't recommending Calming Token and the Bellicose on her because I was thinking about her ability damage as a kind of like primary function because, well, she's an ability damage unit. However, through somebody else who was an Atal main, I came to learn from them that her weapon damage, going for that is going to be a significantly better investment than going for her weapon damage, or than going for her ability damage, simply due to the way that she plays. So if you want to help collaborate, if you want to help build this spreadsheet up through your own testing and through different build crafting, even if it's just giving me recommendations to test, whether it's through the chat or whether it's through the Discord, and I would especially say that it's going to be an excellent way to communicate to me through my Discord, then that would definitely be a major help, not just to me, but to all of the people who are essentially looking to resources such as this for recommendations. With that all out of the way, thank you all so much for watching. If you're enjoying my coverage of Destiny Rising and would like to see more, be sure to subscribe to my channel. And if you're also interested in upcoming games such as Duet, Night Abyss, and Ananta, I will also be covering those two as well, and maybe even more. But especially Duet, Night Abyss as it gets closer and closer to its October 28th release date. If you think that there should be some stuff shifted around when it comes to recommendations or even stuff like attributes, be sure to be sure to communicate with me through the comments down below and also through the Discord. I read all the comments, and if you come to me on the Discord with a well thought out explanation on why certain things, especially if you can prove it with like physical data and you want to collaborate more when it comes to spreadsheet, I would absolutely love that. With that all out of the way, thank you all so much for watching, and as always, I will see you all next time. Alright, well, that's the other video segment that I wanted to do today. So I've got a couple things now, and I'll upload this footage for Anonymous, my editor. Oh, excuse me. Man, I'm definitely feeling the fatigue catch up with me a little bit, but I'm definitely gonna take some more time to rest up later and to make sure that I'm actually taking care of myself. After this weekend, I've definitely felt my stress levels drop a lot, and a lot of it has come down to you guys in the community. You are, yeah, I mean, frankly, y'all are great. It's really reassuring for every like one person who is a kind of like dissenter. There's like 3 or 4 more people who are feeling the same way and are supportive. I definitely know that there's still a lot of things that I need to improve on. And there definitely is like certain criticisms that are valid when it comes to stuff like even like the spreadsheet in my direction with like certain pieces of content. And I am looking to improve. I'm still extremely new to this. Just got 2 Mahamiris in 1 run of break-in using overclock. Nice. Right. Because it's out in public, people will nitpick it. Yeah. I mean, honestly, when it comes to a lot of meta discussions and stuff like that, there are just a lot of people out there as well who, I'm just going to be frank, they're kind of dumb. I mean, when I was posting stuff about Hellhest, and especially with like how strong she is, there were so many people in the comments just like straight up just saying like some really, really just flat out stupid statements like Hellhest, quote, isn't that strong, and that she's, quote, not power creeping units, and that, quote, Atal is better. And not even saying that, like, oh, they have a better time with them comparatively, or they think they're able to perform better on those units. No, they're just saying, like, flat out on a meta perspective that Atal was better than Hellhest. You know what's bad? NetEase communication? Definitely. I mean, Darkslayer, personally, I feel like there is a really, really important spot for negativity. Obviously, being overly negative, and, well, not necessarily being overly negative, but being unreasonably negative is going to, it's not good. But you can be constructive while still being negative, while still being harsh. And in a lot of ways, being negative and being harsh can be more helpful than going about things in kind of like a wishy-washy positive tone. Because if you're obviously being negative and if you're being harsh, then that's going to sting. And there's some situations where people need that sting. They need to, like, feel that, okay, it is actually that bad. Oh, okay. I kind of figured that was the case. Because, I mean, we chatted a little bit. You were just going at it for a long time. That, I was getting a little bit confused. It's okay, guys. It's just rage bait. Online personas are just so extreme. It's either you hate everything or love it. You're allowed to enjoy things while also having criticisms. Yeah, and, like, I don't have an online persona, I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm literally just the same guy, like, on the screen as I am off the screen. If any of you have, like, hopped in VC for, like, a community night, or even just in general hopped in VC with me, you'll know that's the exact case.
How did you get yourself all dirty again?
Alright, let's see.
It's
How
not
much?
enough to follow orders.
Okay, so I
Gotta
can
fight
do
for something.
2 claims
Don't
on my
let your
Hellhest from the
emotions
Iron
make your
Commander.
decisions.
Alright.
So this is what it feels like to be celebrated.
Well, cool. Old
That's really
prefect.
nice.
Bro, come on. You can't keep... It's... Oh... It keeps just giving me good stuff. Well, on stream. People won't be able to take me seriously if you keep doing this. Nah. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I'm just joking. I'm joking. Give me more lucky stuff. Alright. And now I gotta do some claims on Rossi so that I can unlock his character quest.
There is no greater if there's something on your mind, you can always talk to me.
Do a poll? Okay, I'll do a poll. Let's see. I keep hitting store instead of draw. Oh. No, I can... I could spend some stuff and get these. Y'all think I should do a 10 pull or just a single? Well, there's my old prefect. Well, I'm just missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 exotics now. And when it comes to the random pool, I'm now only missing 2. So if I get this, it's a 50-50 for Yotun and Royal Concubine. Over the weekend, we lost control of our clan because NetEase's pack leader system is entirely random by their own admission. Jeez. 10 pull always. 10 would be cool, but whatever I'm comfortable with. I mean, I'm gonna get paychecks soon. I could do a 10 pull for the fans. Let's see. Need like 6, 5, 0. Yep.
Good eye. Want anything else?
Alright. 10 pull for the fans. Alright. Well, let's see. What character do I get? I got another Rossi! I really want to be able to build Rossi. I find him so cool. Well, it'll activate Arc Cage and trigger an Arc Explosion.
If Rossi could see this, they would surely be proud.
Huh. Yep, definitely not bad for getting another Rossi copy. Though I am pretty late into the guarantee now on this Hellhouse banner. Which is kind of sad. Rossi's so fun. I really hope he is. Yeah, light links. So, obviously, arc stuff is just going to be the best thing for him. Because he's mono arc. Artifact-wise... I'll say, I feel like Subgravity is probably going to be the nicest thing for him. Granted, my Subgravity and Ground artifacts aren't good on Arc. Neither is my Unrelenting Evolution on Arc. But I do have a pretty good Inverted Fury, though. And by pretty good, I mean, like, it's a high attribute and, like, a 4 out of 5. And, you know, I need a better Bellicose. So, as for relic abilities, I mean, at the very, very least, I can get him to his free upgrades. Boom. Bang. And I can unlock his weapon mastery. Man, he looks so cool. Need to give Rossi a chance. I wasn't that impressed initially. Yeah. Inverted Fury is good on him. Is it? I'm not really sure. I feel like Rossi would benefit a lot more from ability damage, personally. Or, like, general damage bonuses. Because a significant portion of his damage is going to be coming from his Threaded Flow and his Weapon Mastery. You run Ring of Abundance, it does the same thing as his Light Link passive, Ring of Conversion, Inverted Fury Bellicose. Does he have healing? Overshield, barrier, overshield. I don't think Rossi has. When health is below, getting an overshield would heal them for 50%. Okay, well, I mean, but that wouldn't proc conversion. So, conversion wouldn't really do anything for Rossi. But because he has, like, the constant overshield, you can run Courage. So, do I have a Ring of Courage? I could probably get some. Ah, yeah, right there. Ring of Courage. So, yeah, I could definitely run a Ring of Courage, because that's, like, a 20%. Which is going to be, like, 10% less than Inverted Fury, but he also gets the DR from it. And he also gets the ability damage, which I feel like is going to be really important. And beyond that, I mean, he could actually run Sympathetic Evolution with this setup, now that I think about it. Because that's 3 DR effects stacked up right there. Which would bring this up to a 21% DR, or yeah, 21% damage boost. And if I take a look at, like, the other general damage bonuses he has access to in this third slot, I mean, there's Ring of Reflection, but that's based on having a max overshield. Or having high overshield, which you obviously wouldn't be able to rely on insane amount, I don't think. Let me think. Sending Pact. Hold on a second. Would Rampaging Procession work on the bow? I mean, I know I just was talking about how weapon damage wouldn't really benefit too much. Let's see, where's Rampaging Procession? Do I have a copy of Rampaging Procession? Ah, right here. Oh, wait, at least 10 hit. Okay, never mind. That's right, it's at least 10 hits. I forgot. Apologies. I'm just spitballing stuff. But honestly, Ring of Reflection's probably going to be the best thing for the slot 4. So probably Courage and Reflection for Rossi. So let me put out a spot for Rossi in here. So that okay, definitely gonna need some more rose for Rossi. Rose for Rossi.
There are plenty of people who can get
A fallen king.
No evil can
All right,
escape my blade.
let's get this. So got the Chad right there. So obviously, well, I feel like ability shrink's gonna be a lot more important than weapon enhancement. Arc boost as well, signature boost. It really just depends. That like maybe weapon enhancement above. I think weapon enhancement above super damage. But obviously defense
Eye of the
boost,
storm opens.
healing bonus, melee damage, resistance. I just realized. So Rossi has barriers as well, right?
When a
Yeah, because that counts as a barrier and a confinement. So that's a 20-second ability duration, and it's 12 seconds of uptime. Takes damage, it will generate one additional passive energy for Rossi 11, and the passive energy is this. Okay, so that counts as a barrier, but I'm not really sure how easy it would be to play around because I don't think he gets like a significant uptime bonus for it. Grants overshield. Yeah. The health of overshields provided by ionic procession is increased. Okay. So yeah. Honestly, Ring of Reflection, Ring of Courage, along with probably. I mean, obviously, the Unrelenting Evolution combo is going to be really, really good. And I feel like ground or subgravity. I don't know whether or not I'd want ground over subgravity. I feel like subgravity is probably going to be a bit more consistent, but obviously it's going to depend on playstyle. But of course, does have access to that 10% from what's it called? From courage. Conversion's gonna do nothing. He can't activate healing veil, which really doesn't leave him with much better effects in this slot. So maybe something. But in the first slot, he could obviously run something like Inverted Guard. And I really don't know why I didn't like put that stuff right there. I feel like Bulwark is probably yellow just because we don't really need to worry too much about our summon health right now. So Inverted Guard could be good, potentially. You're never going to be jumping around on him, honestly? Okay. So probably ground with subgravity as a potential option. Inverted Guard. And I can probably put Ring of Conversion there as a potential option. And obviously, I can put down Sympathetic Evolution as another potential option right here. Alright, and let's just say note. Alright, and insert note. Requires 3 plus DR effects to be useful, especially in comparison to reflection. But if you do run courage plus unrelenting evolution plus unrelenting ground, it will be a consistent damage increase. I mean, Rossi doesn't get any natural DR in his kit, does he? Actually, that's actually another thing that I need to consider. Would the attribute effect of barrier boost or barrier bonus affect sympathetic evolution? That's something I have to consider. So this has barrier bonus on it, and this has weapon enhancement, solar void. Okay. So, obviously, well, it'd probably just be better to use an auto crossbow because that's going to be single shot. So, obviously with this, it's going to be 844. And if I jump, it's going to be 869? Okay. So, if I hit him with this... Oh, wait, that's threaded stuff. Okay, so if I hit him with this... It's going to be 869... 895... So it's 869 in the air normally. 844 on the ground. So 1 DR effect is going to put it up to 869. If I put that on, it counts. It counts. The barrier boost counts as a DR effect. Because it's 844. So if I bring out my percentage calculator, so like base of 844 damage, and then obviously it's going to be an increase of 3.15. So if I jump, it's 869, which is about that 3%. And with the barrier boost and the jump effect, 895. And 895 would be about so that's 6%. So that means if I combine Unrelenting Ground with Unrelenting Evolution, Sympathetic Evolution, and Ring of Courage. So obviously I have that like baseline of a damage increase. And I put that on, and obviously get some overshield. That's 1138 with everything put together. With an 1102, well, obviously, okay. So baseline is gonna be like 892. So baseline's like 892 damage with like nothing activated on it, obviously. And I stack up all the DR effects. 1138. And that's 27% increase to all its damage sources. And I'm not getting any like ability damage bonuses right there from the... It's just the weapon damage. So that's 4.2 times like 4. So 12... 16... I mean, obviously we're getting some extra damage increases from somewhere. But from where exactly? It's got Fraternity Black Body. So shouldn't really have anything on it that's causing extra damage. Light Link? No, because I'm not getting any final blows. It's just the arc ability boost. And obviously it's 928 with like the 1DR effect. It's 892 with 0. 892 now? Like, what? Does it only reproc on a lateral movement? Okay, so now it's 964. So obviously 892 to 964. This is going to be 2. So that's about 8%. So add another one. So it's now 1,000. So that's now 12%. Okay, Epic Games, thank you for giving me an advertisement. Now 12%, which is accurate. So what would be giving the boost? What about with just the overshield? So oh, it is. Wait, hold on. It wouldn't. So 1102, 964.
Are you feeling alright?
I don't have any ability boosts on. So I shouldn't be getting anything for... And I didn't get anything for casting the ability. Threaded Flow. Grants Overshield. Deals arc damage. Passive Energy. Ionic Cascade. Consume 1 sec lead. Generate Lightning Strike. So yeah, obviously like... So 928 is just 1. 964 is 2. Give me a sec. I gotta reload my ammo. No, shouldn't be anything from his dupes. Because I only have this one, and this is just activates the arc explosion. So nothing that would give a weapon damage increase or a general damage increase. So it's 1102 after casting the ability. Oh wait, that's right. It's also the Ring of Courage giving a damage boost. That's right. I forgot. I was completely neglecting that fact. So yeah, obviously 1102 would then be adding the Ring of Courage on top of that. So it'd be going from like 12 or like like 12 to 23 because it's adding another damage multiplier on top of that. About a 12% damage multiplier. And obviously putting it all together with the barrier, with that, is gonna bring you up to 1138. Which is that 27% number, at least at perk level 3. But honestly, getting 27% general damage buff, that's gonna be pretty sweet. Like 27% here, another 20% here. I mean, that's almost as good as Ningfei, honestly, in terms of like damage increases. Because like Rampaging Pact, obviously that's 33%, and Valiant Veil, that's 25. So, you know, put that together, that's like 55% damage increase, so like a 28 and a 20. That's like only 8% less than what Ningfei gets for a general damage increase. That's pretty freaking sweet, all things considered. Bro, Bulwark Token plus Inverted Fury synergizes so well with his kit. I mean, but do you really want weapon damage on him? That's like that's the real question, because his weapon mastery is all about, well, ability damage. And a lot of his, like all of his AoE, all of his nukes are going to be from ability damage, not weapon damage. So I don't really feel like Inverted Fury is going to really be the play. Personally. And Bulwark Token. Which one's Bulwark again? Dismiss. Bulwark Evolution, Bulwark Pact, Bulwark Token, right there. Precision Final Blows grant Overshield. I don't really like that one though, because like you're gonna be getting so much Overshield from this kit in general, regardless. Rossi's an ability damage unit. Set up Overshield, shoot crossbow, win. Well, the thing is that you're going to be shooting the crossbow, but the crossbow is only going to be dealing damage to one enemy. Can I put the color legend on each tab? I mean, there is a color legend on each tab that like really needs it. The build recommendations don't really need it because it's just already stuff on the character. I could probably just get rid of the colors on here regardless. Like, let's just... It's probably going to be something that I do when I make this tab look nicer, or when I have somebody help me make this tab look nicer. I should probably do an Excel tutorial or an Excel class. Okay, but with this all in mind, we can put barrier bonus on Rossi, because that's going to be pretty sweet. And obviously, Overshield bonus is going to be top tier on him as well, as a defensive attribute. And probably elemental damage bonus, elemental damage resistance, or shield boost, either of those. But, I mean, with the build that I'm looking at for him, he's going to have so much DR that I don't think that you really need it. Like the elemental damage resistance. Because you're stacking Unrelenting Ground, Unrelenting Evolution, Ring of Courage, and Sympathetic. So, I mean, with this new discovery, I feel like Sympathetic Evolution is going to be the best thing for Rossi. So, plus Unrelenting Ground, plus Barrier bonus. It will be a very consistent damage increase with a full 28% general damage boost from this artifact with all effects applied. Huh. Is there another damage resistance thing that we can stack? Another damage resistance effect? Because now I'm curious. I mean, obviously defense boost doesn't proc it. Because if it did, then, well, we'd be seeing it. Overshield bonus. Vulnerability. I mean, health boost might. Not sure if ranged or melee would, because similar effects don't proc it. And elemental resistance is a similarly... What's it called? You know, actually, with this discovery that Berry Boost actually procs it, I feel like it would be significantly better to run Nourishing Pact on Caber. Note. Barrier bonus will proc this effect. Yeah, so basically that just puts it in a similar situation. So straight up, you can run the exact same defensive artifacts on Caber as you would on Ningfei. Because you can run Nourishing Pacts for the barrier, because the barrier counts as a summon. And it's a 22-second cool. Though I think with the talent tree, it brings it down to, yeah, 17 seconds. And it's got 10 seconds uptime. 7 seconds downtime. Well, actually, 2 seconds downtime with that. So it's definitely not going to be as crazy when it comes to, like, the reprocking of it. So, maybe, maybe not. Not sure. Not sure. Thinking about something like Bulwark Token, Ring of Conversion, Inverted... On Rossi? Rossi doesn't have healing. He doesn't spam ability. Well, I'm not saying that he spams abilities. I'm saying that most of his damage is going to be coming from his ability sources. And you can get really, really good uptime on his Overshield. Which means, like, if you've got that full uptime on your Overshield, then that's Ring of Courage constantly applied. Meaning that you've got a, like, 21% damage resistance effect. Like, 21%, like, not damage resistance effect, but 21%, like, damage bonus with an extra one applied whenever you set up that grouping ability. Which is when you'd want to do the vast majority of your damage. But, like, you wouldn't want to run Ring of Conversion because he doesn't have healing. I think you should spawn in max ads, equip Maha, do his bubble pull, and shoot Maha into it. Oh, I mean, if I use Maha, it's gonna, like, shred stuff because it's a maxed out exotic. Like, of course it's gonna do more damage than his abilities because this is what his abilities look like right now. Like, if I just do something like this... Like, of course Maha's gonna shred. So, let's just reset it. But honestly, like, that also kind of shreds too, you see? I mean, that's what I'm saying, like, when it comes to the ability damage versus the weapon damage. Because, obviously, if I just let my weapon mastery run out... Oh, is it? Oh, it's just gonna constantly be ticking up. I mean, that's obviously with the bonus of the Maha. So, just comparing, like, Maha to the weapon stuff. So, like, obviously I get that one weapon hit. And this is a maxed out exotic as well, so it's obviously it's going to be doing better, and I'm still getting the weapon mastery from it. But, like, throw that one ability cast in there. I feel like it's going to be a lot better to go for the mixed damage. Especially because the mixed damage build, you're reliant on the exact same conditions for, like, the mixed damage build. Because if you run Inverted Fury, like, it's going to be only 10% more weapon damage compared to Ring of Courage. And if you run the Bellicose Planetesimal, it's only going to be a 2% more damage. So it's only going to be 12% more weapon damage. And you're losing, like, 48% ability damage. I really don't feel like that's going to be a good trade. That's the point. For Inverted, you should pump Maha as much as you can. Well, I'm saying that Ring of Courage on Rossi is going to basically have the same uptime on Inverted Fury. Because you're going to be constantly getting that overshield uptime. Because, like, I throw this out there, like, that's like 12 seconds of guaranteed overshield. At least. IDK, his trait 3 states that he heals, not recover health. Also, his Lightning passive boost. Healing, maybe it needs to be well, so the Light Link is, like, it's basically just Ring of Conversion. Or not Ring of Abundance. But when it comes to his Relic Trait, 3, when Rossi's health is below 50%, gaining an Overshield will also heal them for 50% of the Overshield's health. What this basically means is that if you're not at max HP, you get the healing. And Ring of Conversion only procs when you're at full HP. So Rossi's only healing effect in his, like, entire kit only procs when he's not at max HP. So, Conversion's literally not going to do anything. But yeah, I really feel like this general damage bonus setup is going to be significantly better. Because it's not like I'm trading weapon damage for ability damage. This is general damage increases, meaning my weapons are getting buffed almost as much as the weapon damage exclusive. So I still have the neutral game. And literally the only thing that I'm missing out on, like, from the non-maxed out, like, setup, where I'm standing still, shooting at the bubble, to, like, the, regular stuff, is gonna be a difference of a little bit of damage, like 7% damage increase. And I'm gonna want to be doing most of my damage when I have this up anyway, because that's gonna be all the enemies grouped up together. Well, realistically, he needs to be built for Mahamiri since the only exotic available for him and the bow is Asp and Pay to Lose. Well, yeah, obviously you would want to use Mahamiri on him because Mahamiri is just that cracked of a weapon. But I'm just saying that it would probably be better to buff both the Mahamiri and his abilities than it would be to just buff the Mahamiri because he doesn't have weapon damage bolt, he has ability damage. Oh, yeah, no. I'm not picking just ability damage. These are general damage increases. These buff everything, including his super, which I'm pretty sure his super is like the same damage or more as a Nova Bomb. Because if I take a look at his maxed out relic, so this is going to be a like 1,000 or 12,000 nuke, which can double, so that's 2,000 or 24,000. And this is 24,000. So it's literally the same damage as a Nova Bomb. Granted, I think Nova Bomb gets some more multipliers. Like it's got the damage per second afterwards. And I think there's also a talent tree that buffs it. Yeah, it can get another 30% amp. So it's not going to be as high damage as the Nova Bomb, but you also won't have to worry about whiffing it, because it's literally just a giant wall of death and destruction. But honestly, like, I'm feeling pretty good about this stuff. Best characters for Solar Expanse: Wolf, Ningfei, Estella, and Tantu. Those are the 4 best. Are we being too critical of Destiny Rising? Say yes and agree with me, please. He's kind of crazy, TBH. Yeah, I'm definitely feeling like he's got some sauce going on. Especially with these artifact combos that he has access to. Because that's one of the main issues when it comes to a lot of the 4-star units that are available right now. Is that they just straight up do not have good artifacts for what a lot of them do. And this is especially noticeable on like Ikora. But Rossi actually gets to utilize a lot of really, really good artifacts with this setup. 10 for rapid fire? Yeah. Because you can stack up those rate of fire increases. And you get this total lockdown. You get like the magazine cap. You get like the rate of fire up. You get like the ammo return on hit. And it's just like... It's really crazy. I can actually probably showcase it if I get my Tantu's power up. But honestly, I wanna upgrade my Rossi a bit more now. Being a little bit greedy and stupid. So when automatic crossbow shots hit, they instantly trigger ionic protection, consuming passive energy, granting an overshield, and instantly converting strikes into an ionic cascade lightning strike. Okay. So that's going to make things even juicier. And obviously I'm out of sheaths, but I can get more from Shifting Gates later. Yippee! Yay! Woohoo! Let's see how this works. Let me get some real tanky guys on the field.
Be cautious. Something seems off over there.
So let's get everybody up.
I'm taking care of it.
Oh wait, I didn't pull the other guys in.
We need to prioritize that enemy.
Can you not crowd control? Okay, so you can't pull in the mini bosses. I guess only majors can get pulled in. So maybe a mini boss in like a couple majors.
Be cautious. Something seems off over there. I've taken care of the problem.
It's honestly pretty nice, all things considered.
We need to prioritize
Like,
that enemy.
no, let me just get everything, make sure I've got it all stacked up.
It's no longer
I mean, that's like a 5-second clear of all those enemies.
You look well, my lord.
Like, let's just compare it to a Ningfei, how fast he clears all those enemies.
Bit of an overkill, don't you think?
Okay, obviously it's no competition. But then again, this is a completely maxed out Ningfei. Let's see how the Ikora does.
Good decisions and success go hand in hand.
Obviously, we can
I should
make use
focus
of
my
a
light there.
rocket.
Fewer problems in the way.
Honestly, definitely better than Ikora. 1000% better than Ikora.
Our compensations come.
Especially because she's like so much more built. This is with like perk level 3 as well, so I'm not even getting like the damage increases that I really ought to. Huh. I see what you're saying now. I thought the artifact you were recommending is just ability damage. I was like, brother, how are we prioritizing just ability damage here? Inverted is the clear pick, lol. Yeah. Well, that's the nice thing about the general damage increases. Let's see. To be honest, I'm having a blast in coming from 3 years of Diablo Immortal. I got time now. Hellhest is pretty based. That other new character, Van, also uses the umami. I think you're getting auto-corrected there, Pete. Now, this has definitely been like some interesting stuff going on. I wouldn't really. Okay, yeah. Weapon enhancement, ability shrink, sword boost, arc boot. I don't really put those two on C right there. Alright. Let's see. Let me communicate with the guy. Because I think we're about ready for a spreadsheet update. Just gotta find out where he is. I lost the guy. Where was he posting? Was it in general? Ah, yeah, it was. Here we go. Well, I'll probably get some more spreadsheet updates listed out later today, and I think I'm going to cover them a lot tomorrow. I feel like that'd probably be the best thing. And just keep checking some stuff. I feel like now would probably be a good time to wrap stuff up. Let's see. That's a claim fame, right? They should sell prefect or perfect artifacts in the shop. I'm not sure. How likely do you think Mario will be the next character? If Mario's not the next character, I'll give you guys the shirtless stream that you've been asking for. How about that? That's how confident I am. The black/white queen more likely. Rossi is fun. I just wish bows weren't a complete. Bows are dog water. Like bows are. These things are like one tapping Shinka's shields. I mean, obviously people aren't gonna like bows. Well, but yeah, I feel like now would be a good time to wrap up stream. Been streaming for about 4.5 hours. And I still need some time for some rest and recovery. So I think I'm going to take that. I'm also going to take some time to do some more updates to the spreadsheet, making some things look nicer and improving the structure of it in general. But with that all out of the way, thank you all so much for watching, and a special thank you to everybody who's been watching since the very beginning. I appreciate you all. And as always, I will see you all next time.